Like Francis Collins, noted Christian physician and geneticist who headed the Human Genome Project some years ago, I believe Darwin's theory of evolution to be true. Now, great minds disagree, and the world keeps on spinning. Some think this is a salvation issue. Certainly I do not, and I'll leave it to Romans 14 to explain. But I've been asked by a number of non-believers how I could take such a stance that God exists. You seem smart, they say. How could you possibly believe the fairy tale that is God, they ask. Easy, I say, as a proponent of evolution. I believe this is my cousin.
Worst Christian ever!
This is so funny. I'm spastic.
I watch Prophets of God and Newsmax and maybe a little Fox. That's about it. That's about it.
Right. So that's where
But
you get
I've
your
kind
information.
of turned away from news. I don't want to listen to it. I want to listen to what God's saying, what He's fixing to do. That's all I'm concerned about.
When the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels with him, he will sit on his throne in heavenly glory. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right, and the goats on his left.
I think it is a time where God is separating the sheep from the goats.
Then he will say to those on his left, Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire, prepared for the devil and his angels.
What
You
are you?
know
What are you?
I am I'm a goat because I ain't a sheep. I'm not doing what they tell me to do.
It's your friendly neighborhood jackass, Rob Reed. Hope you're good. And I'm waiting for my wife, working on taxes, waiting for my wife to give me some information. I'm going to look to see if I have it right now. I suspect that I don't, and I don't, because she's in a meeting. So I'm open chatting. You can find somewhere over there in the chat, you will be able to find the link to come on in and chat. It looks like it's just me and you, Sister Janet. The beautiful lady known as Janet. And the jackass, Robert Reed. Well, no, it's exactly the point. That is what's going on here. Because I'm in a donkey mood. The tax man cometh. And it's been an interesting year. A fun, serenade you. What would you like me to serenade you, Janet? I will do it, but I can only do it looking like I do right now. I'm about to take off the filter, but I won't do it until I serenade you, Janet, because it's just it's you, me, and I think one other person right now. And I was testing. One of my ideas was to test to see. Well, that's not serenading you. That'd be serenading God. See, when she said this, I could serenade. If I were to sing a love song for you that you would request, it would be totally in sisterly love. But I was checking to see, and maybe I need to tag the video. I'm afraid to, because I know that it causes great lag here, and I should have left. Like right now, it's about to lag. Just watch. I'm gonna do a little dance. See if it's lagging as a donkey. That wasn't so bad. Maybe maybe it's pretty good right now. We'll see. So I'm gonna see if I can edit it Can I edit this video? No. Well, maybe I can from the main page. Hopefully you won't hear anything. Hello to the Reverend Dr. Bruce. Mr. Ed. Yes, I'm a jackass. So I'm about to love somebody. Oh, I don't know if I know that song well, but it's a great song. As I'm sitting here, I don't think I can. I mean, I know the to love somebody like I do, something like that, but I can't remember how they get there. There's a certain kind of light that's never shown on me, and the Bee Gees are a little hard to. Let me hear this. It's gonna lag again. You're gonna watch me lag probably because I'm gonna play it. Hopefully you can't hear it. Don't show the real face. Stay on the jackass. Because Barry Gibbs, it's just, I'm listening to it right now. It's from Las Vegas in 1997. Oh, that's a hard song to sing too. But I'd have to sing it low. There's a light. See if I go there. A certain kind of light that never shone on me. And then I didn't listen past that. And I see, I want my life. And I'd be guessing right now to be lived with you. Something like that. Oh, and then I remember this. You don't know what it's like, baby. You don't know what it's like to love somebody. To love somebody the way I love Sister Janet and the Reverend Dr. Bruce. What have you converted? The link hopefully is still pinned. You would not be, Bruce, annoying me in any way, shape, or form. We could do a practice run. I was thinking also, but the reason that I wanted to do it 8:30 tomorrow morning my time was because I can start the day at home and I have a better processing power and when I'm playing the smoky video, it shouldn't lag us hopefully too much. I have learned sadly on this machine, one of my favorite programs to use for purposes of broadcasting is Manycam, and Manycam takes up way too much processing power. And so in that process, I can't do anything, and it crashes and everything is super slow, even though the internet that I have now is good. So I'm going to bring in, if you're playing Reviler Bingo at home, hello to the hick, to the corn husking hick something. And I welcome to the stream another corn husking hick.
Howdy. Hey,
Mr. Bruce.
When I was young, very young, I was born in California. And I remember them days, and I'm sorry that I said no and I went on to get the change and all. Sorry about that.
You said no?
Yeah, remember
when we were dating?
Yeah.
It worked out for me. It worked out for me in the end. So
well,
if anything, I should thank you.
Well, actually, you'd have to talk with Smokey about that. But anyhow,
did Smokey say anything about? He didn't disparage my marriage, did he?
He didn't say anything about your end. Well, he did actually.
In the video that he did about me that I will be reviewing tomorrow.
Oh, with the pillows and stuff.
Well, that's way in the past. That's.
Never mind. I don't even know what I'm thinking about.
Can we call that spilled milk? And I'm talking, ladies and gentlemen, about this. I'm talking about the Reviler Bingo. And when I say reviler, it's the acceptable kind of reviling.
the kind of reviling that is not defined in the English dictionary. And I will be reviewing tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I will be reviewing What Does This Mean, Counselor Reed, by our friend Smokey Saint. Are you going to be in attendance, or is that too early for you?
Wait, what time? In the morning? When?
Yeah, it's going to be like 11:30 your time. I really did that so the Brits could have fun.
Yeah, I'll get up. I ain't staying up for that. I will actually go to sleep early.
Well, no, but I mean, it's 11:30 a.m.
Yeah,
it'll be 8:30 a.m. my time. What, you never sleep in, do you? Ooh, wait, hold on.
I try not.
I like to stay anonymous here. I like to stay anonymous
because I stay up too late sometimes. I do find that then I go and watch TV or something for a while, or read or something, and then next thing you know, birds are chirping. No, not quite, but just about.
Janet says a nasty turnaround. Oh, we got Lord Megatron. Lord Megatron. I don't know Lord Megatron. If you came in because maybe the atheist tag, I really came in here because I thought it'd be fun to just see if we could have contentions and strifes. Actually, I'm pretty much a softie. And some in our group even think that, eventually the atheist gets to heaven no matter what. Not here presently, right now, I don't think, but welcome. And if you're looking for Shrek, I'm sure that I can accommodate. Let's see here.
Can an atheist lose their eternal salvation?
Can they lose their eternal salvation? That's a good question. That is a very good question. Let's see if this one works. Oh, but see, this shows too much of my actual face. And the truth is that I sort of look like Shrek as it is. This one's better because I think this is like real Shrek right here, not Rob Shrek. There we go. Hey, donkey. How you doing, donkey? You're supposed to play the donkey.
What do they do? Bah. No, they don't go bah. That was. What's a donkey do? Nay.
And it even responds to my mouth, but I have to really talk so that it hurts.
Wait, I'm supposed to be playing a donkey?
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's his best friend. Megatron came in here. I don't know who he is. Lord Megatron may be responding he was looking for live chats, and I'd love for him to pop in here, and we'd have a little conversation. And I was going to try and tag. Let me edit this video, and then what I'm going to do is try and I'm going to put some tags on it, and maybe we'll get some people that are going to bite. We're fishing is what we're kind of doing. We're fishing for people to want to make a Christian look bad. Maybe that's what I should have called it. Make a Christian look bad.
I think you're more handsome with a donkey head.
Yeah, I tend. Well, no, this one's not bad. This one's.
Well,
it even responds to my eyebrows.
I wouldn't know, but I would say that if a woman tells you look better as a donkey, I would consider it.
All right, then I'm going to find where's my donkey. Let's make sure that I start it. I did start it. All right, the donkey's back.
Okay. Yay.
And I'm going to tag the chat here. Not made for kids. We're going to, so people can comment. And then we're going to, where's my tag option? Oh, yeah, we'll put atheist, atheism. How about Matt Dillahunty? And Christian evangelism.
Tag, man.
What happened?
You're hitting the tags in there, are you?
Yeah, well, we want to see if we're fishing. And but they're not going to take me seriously, I don't think, if I continue with the jackass.
Okay, serious question. Like when I was a kid, my grandpa had this boat, and the seat sat in the back of the boat, so he could turn around and throws lures and out the back, right? Well, the boat went, but you had to turn around once in a while to make sure you weren't going to crash. But he called it trolling. That's where I work. It's true though. But what is
that what they call it? They call it when you're trolling for fish, like you're trying to get the fish to bite, right? That's interesting.
I guess. I mean, it was just a term that was used back then.
Isn't that cool? That's where it came from.
I don't know.
It's kind of the same thing,
Maybe.
right? I think so. I think maybe it is that people watching this that may want to come in, they aren't taking me seriously. So I think that maybe we could change it up a little bit. Now you should be taking me seriously. I'd like to talk with you if you're an atheist about God. If this one doesn't convince you, then hey, I'm a corn dog.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Here it is. I never knew till now. Now that you got me to look it up to make sure I wasn't just remembering wrong.
Yeah.
The basic notation of trolling is allowing line out with a lure or bait, and then using a current or the power of a motor to pull the boat and move the bait to entice fish. To go more, and this is finishing. If you want to be in an area where there are fish, where there's a school of fish. Yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, but anyhow, I remember doing that.
All right, now the real jackass has appeared.
Where is Trump?
Well, I find it great. Oh, yeah. Rebuke and reprove. The alpha male has arrived. We finally need an alpha male in the room. He calls himself Jill.
There you go. Yes, sir.
And where's Trump? I thought, and Janet will attest with this, I think, that it just was not a good look for me. For a libtard jackass. Huh?
Oh, you had a Trump look?
Yeah, I this is one of the cool things about this too, but you'll see it's just not good. The only Trump picture that I could find
what about
I
Biden?
had handy. I don't think I have a Biden.
It's not a Hillary.
Find one.
Wait, no, you don't want to look like Hillary. Well,
I have an Ivanka. Let's see here.
Wait, Jill, you could do that.
This is the Trump, okay? This is when he was looking into the camera like this, and he's making a sound, looking in his face. Could be like you're fired or something. And then look what it does to my face. It's just not. It's not a good look for me.
No, it's kind of scary, actually. Yeah. That was not like really. That's not Trump. The Trump face is too small for one thing, or you have to shrink your head or something.
It's just not a good. It's not a good Trump. It's really not. Like he's normally kind of a handsome man, and this doesn't do it. Let's see if I could find another one that people would. We're looking for people to come into the chat, talk God. I think rebuke and reprove. Jill doesn't think I'm a true Christian. I don't think so. We could have a conversation.
Jill, you know what, man? You have to be possessed or something. And I'm getting. It's like it's hard for me not to believe at this point. Trump was.
Well, everybody knows. Everybody knows.
Wait, look what he says then. Fauci's like Bruce. You're so dumb. You don't even know who I voted for. I mean, you're so stupid. Like I hate to call people stupid or demonic or anything, but dude, you're.
But wait a minute. Can I just say? I'd like to say this, since Jill does have a point, because I know who you voted for. So, you might be kind of a. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I love you, Bruce. Right? He ran away because he didn't want to hear me. Jill, Bruce voted for your guy, so don't jump on the guy that voted for your guy.
Like what? Not.
He didn't vote for. Well, if he voted for Fauci, who is the one that? All right, you're gonna have to correct me if I'm wrong.
For Fauci, and I always win and vote 100% Republican. How in the heck? That's why I said you're screwed up in the head, other than to try to get me mad.
Well, here's what I would say. It shouldn't make you mad.
My name's Jill.
This is what I would say.
Jill.
I would say, hey, Jill, this face right here, Jill, rebuke and reprove. This face is the only reason that you know who Dr. Fauci is. And that's got to be kind of, I don't know, it's got to cause you some confusion. I didn't, and this, I included in the thing, I put politics in there so we could, if that's where we're going to start, that's good. But I will say that I know Janet is not staring at the screen. I wanted to see if I have any other pictures that might be interesting here.
No more words, but I will say, yes, I was promoting masks, and they have saved a couple lives, but also more than anything, well, not more than anything, but I think it's very likely that it could have helped out with hospitals being overrun. But anyhow, it was a fake virus. It's all a lie. Never happened. Not happening. Amen.
Yeah, it's a fake virus, but President Trump saved us with the fake vaccine.
Well, President Trump got 2 shots and a booster. And so did his buddy O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly did the same thing. Now, those are the smart Republicans. But then you have some people that fight about masks and stuff, and I don't know. I can't.
This is supposed to be David
Hasselhoff. Well, some were born smart and they became dumb. I think
I don't know. That would be interesting. Jill, what is Jill's position now that he's voted? He voted for Trump, presumably twice. He has a problem with Fauci. And he thinks that the vaccine presumably is a hoax and that COVID's a hoax. But President Trump told you to get the vaccine. So I wonder, can you vote for that man again?
Look, if you want a booster seat, I'll give you one. Okay, you can have a booster seat.
All right, we have the LPP. Like, you down with LPP? Yeah, I'm down. Hi, LPP. How are you?
Good. What's going on, Rob? How are you? What's up, Bruce?
Sorry, are you an atheist coming in, or are you politics, baseball cards?
I'm a theist and politics.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you coming in to respond to this guy who's a jackass. Welcome.
Now, Bruce and I are on at least I still operate from the perspective that we're in détente. Is that fair, Bruce? Are we still in truce?
No, I think we're still fighting. It's just that we haven't been fighting lately. I don't know how.
Okay. Well, the last interaction we had, I told you that I was fine with détente. Are you saying?
I don't even know her.
Just say yes. It's so hard dealing with these people, LPP.
Hey, so Rob, question.
Okay.
You are an attorney, correct?
Some say yes. Some say no. Some say I bribed the state bar with my parents in order to get my license. But I would say the answer to that would be yes. In California only, though, and federal. Any place federal. Yes.
Okay, so and I know that I won't take this as legal counsel, issue disclaimer, indemnity clause, etc.
Unless you're in California.
Yeah. Okay, so and I know that I won't take this as legal counsel. You hearing an echo?
A little quiet.
Yeah, it might be you. I'm not sure. Or is that you, Bruce?
I don't think so, but his mic got real quiet all of a sudden too.
Yeah, your mic got quiet. When you turn the record program on, I think it messed up.
No, I don't have a record program on.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm totally.
But okay, so here's the question. So,
all right.
Do you know if any cases have been filed regarding the orders from on high, if you will? Do you know if any cases have been filed against private employer orders on the thing that won't be discussed in relation to the 2008 Genetic Information Discrimination Act?
The 2008 Genetic Discrimination Act? I don't even know what that is.
Okay, so it's an expansion of the discrimination, like the equal opportunity laws and stuff, employment laws, and it specifically states that it is a forbidden, unlawful act to have genetic information of any kind prevent the hiring, firing, discrimination against, lack of promotion, et cetera, from an private employer perspective, right? And given
I don't know the act, so I don't know. I wouldn't know whether or not the current administration. Do you know if they did? Like, were you going to make a point about how bad the Biden administration is because they did something related to that?
No. The question I'm having, I'm this is more like just a kind of a something I've been, because I'll put it this way: I have been contemplating looking into litigation regarding this, because what cracks me up, there's all these employers, right? And I do contract work, right? And there's all these jobs I'm looking at, and in the descriptions, and like the requirements for the job, there'll be you must have the up-to-date COVID-19 vaccine, et cetera, right? And I'm like, okay, if you're requiring this and it is under law, you are not allowed to ask me about my genetic information. And the mRNA vaccine is exactly that. An mRNA sequence is genetic information, right? So you are necessitating that I disclose genetic information about myself in order for you to hire or fire me.
I like it. I like what you're starting with, but let me look at it. I'm looking at just kind of a summary.
Go down to like section, I think it's 202. I think is where they're.
I'm not looking at the thing. I'm looking at the EEOC's little rundown of it, and I think stuff like this. I'm looking for the purpose, which will help. It's always like whatever. One of the things we learn in law school is to kind of like, especially if you're arguing against something, is to see what there's always a public policy, right? The public policy is usually good. They have a good public policy and a reason that would justify the law. I think the idea of asking someone like for genetic information is probably addressing like fertility, or let's see, the law. The law forbids. Let me read what it says here from the EEOC. The law forbids discrimination on the basis of genetic information when it comes to any aspect of employment. An employer may never use genetic information to make an employment decision because genetic information is not relevant to an individual's current ability to work. Now, let me say this, all right? Because Sant Powell came in here, and I think I tend to agree with him. So we're gonna try and talk this out reasonably. And what I would say is, I don't know what policy.
Let me give you a quick.
I was just going to say before you get there, I don't know what public policy they were using to create what I think is sort of a waste of time thing. I can't think of a single instance I've ever encountered in 26 years of practicing law where somebody asked me I'm being discriminated at my job because of my genes. Now, this is genetic information might be something that is in the, let's just say I agree with you for purpose of the argument, in the vaccine. But what this is talking about is the genetic information that you already have. And the mRNA doesn't change your genetic information. At least that's the claim. And maybe we can attack that if you want to go there. So I think I like people that think like you are. You're thinking like a lawyer and you're trying to like see if you can attack what they're doing right now on this basis, but I think this is probably not a good route. So what did you want to say in return to that, like where you were thinking?
Okay, so number one, I would argue, and by the way, I've read through the Q&A sections presented by the EEOC and the CDC in regards to this, and in no way, shape, form, or fashion do they ever address what the law actually says in regards to what is allowed. So, for example purposes, in Section 202 of the law, it states, "It shall be an unlawful employment practice for an employer to fail to, and this is subsection 1, to fail or refuse to hire or to discharge any employee or otherwise to discriminate against any employee with respect to the compensation, terms, conditions, or privileges of employment of the employee because of genetic information with respect to the employee, or to limit, segregate, or classify the employees of the employer in any way that would deprive or tend to deprive any employee of employment opportunities or otherwise adversely affect the status of the employee as an employee because of genetic information with respect to the employee." And then subsection B is, Acquisition of genetic information. It shall be an unlawful employment practice for an employer to request, require, or purchase genetic information with respect to an employee or family member of the employee. Okay. Now, in relation to mRNA, from both a legal definition and a scientific one, a mRNA sequence is genetic information. The sequence that is being injected into
but it's not yours. But it's not yours. But it's not yours.
Hang on.
Wait a minute. Okay, fine. What's wrong with this using a different vaccine? It's not an mRNA.
Hang on.
Hold on, Bruce. I want to hear what he's got to say.
Bruce, be silent. You don't follow this stuff anyway, so just be quiet.
Yes, he does. He's a smart guy. He is smarter than the average.
Bruce is. Listen, I've had arguments with Bruce on this topic. Bruce does not know what he's talking about.
I just walked back. I walked away to get a cup of
Bruce,
coffee.
I'm literally trying to make an argument. Can you keep your mouth shut long enough for me to make the argument here? Okay, and then you can respond.
We need to keep
Bruce, shut up and let me finish a freaking sentence.
All right, I'll tell you when I'll shut up. It's when you stop telling me to shut up. Stop.
You interrupted me, Bruce. You interrupted me, Bruce. Of course. Okay. Anyway, now,
Bruce, I don't want to put you in the back. Bruce, I don't want to put you in the back. Behave yourself.
Okay.
This is what's going to happen. Bruce is going to get mad at me, and then we're going to start doing hate videos against each other. All right. I'll see. Bruce. Okay.
Okay. So now,
so back to the discussion.
So Rob, you know what's going to happen.
No,
now.
Bruce and I love each other.
Whether you put him backstage or he dropped out, you put him backstage. It's going to be the.
I didn't put him backstage. Yeah, I didn't. My hands are right here. So anyway, back to where we. Yeah. So
okay, so
what I said in response to you is I said the synthetic mRNA is not your genetic information.
No, but it is genetic information. Okay.
Yeah, that's not what the act calls for, and I think I have a reasoning why they created it.
Let me finish. Okay, so a couple things. Number one, there is peer-reviewed papers which show that reverse transcriptase can take place with the mRNA. This is
that's the idea. Yeah, sure.
No, not reverse. No, you're incorrect. The reverse transcriptase is where a mRNA sequence is reverse transcribed into DNA and then ligated into your genome. That is dramatically different than protein synthesis, which is the supposed objective of the mRNA vaccine, which is to get your ribosome to synthesize to undergo synthesis of the spike protein.
Okay. I do have a somewhat of a grasp of what you're saying. So, okay, basically you're saying that the synthetic mRNA can change someone's DNA. So let's assume that's correct. Then my retort to you would be, well, they're not discriminating against you on the fact that you don't have that DNA change. They're discriminating against you on the fact that you didn't seek to get the DNA change, not the fact that you got the DNA change.
No, they're discriminating on the fact that I never had genetic information injected into me. So if you want to, you can argue that the genetic information has to be originally part of my genome, or you have to look at it from the perspective which is well regarded and accepted in genetics, which is that a sequence of genetic information is a portion of a genome. Right. So any sequence for a gene is genetic information by definition.
Right. Okay.
So you are discriminating me based on whether or not I will disclose to you whether I have had or have not had specific genetic information in my body, and whether I currently have it or do not have it. Not whether or not it was originally part of me. It's whether or not I have it in me currently. Right.
But
so
that's not what the act calls for. It's prohibiting looking at your personal genetic information and then making an employment decision based on what your personal genetic information is. And no one is being discriminated against on the fact that their genetic information, whether or not it has been changed. So in other words, they're not making an employment decision as to whether or not your DNA has changed.
Rob, hang on.
Yeah, well, I want to stay on the track because I think it's important that
but you're going off track in relation to what the law says. The law states that you're not allowed to ask me if I have this information one way or the other. That's what the law says.
No, it doesn't say. Well, it says related to your personal genetic code. Okay. And let me explain to you where I think I don't see that here, but I did see some reference to it's
So, okay,
primarily designed. Listen, it was
read
primarily designed for health insurance because, so
that's
I
the
want you
first
to get,
section of the law, buddy.
well,
You
but
need
I
to
think
go in
it's
there.
probably there because it's probably talking about the purpose of the law. So I want you to understand why the law was created in the first place. So it was for health reasons, so that let's say somebody genetically who had what's that? I forget the lung thing, cystic fibrosis. So if somebody had a genetic marker for cystic fibrosis and they didn't yet have cystic fibrosis, it would be possible for an employer to find out information on whether somebody had the marker that could potentially lead to it, to make a decision, and they would make a decision of employment based, of non-employment in that case, based on the fact that they could potentially be subject to incredibly high premiums on behalf of that employee
Right.
for having that pre-existing condition. And so that this law is saying that you can't do that. So you can't ask somebody, for instance, like, do you have any potentiality of having cystic fibrosis? Like, do you have it? Which they can't say. Do you have any potential possibility of getting it? They can't ask on the basis of this law. So and why I brought this up was I started thinking about maybe there's another tactic that you could go after, which would be like, rather than cystic fibrosis, it would be COVID. And if you had a higher probability of getting COVID, can we tie that into genetic information? And again, we're not talking about genetic information as much as we're talking about immunity. Immunity is not.
No, Rob. This is where you're not following the logic here.
Okay.
I totally get what you're saying, and I've already the argument you just put forth for the audience. I've already followed that logic through
Okay.
And actually, the same premise actually would apply in relation to COVID in terms of your logic, because the argument is that the mRNA, which is genetic information, right, would hypothetically, even though the studies say otherwise now, hypothetically would increase or decrease the probability of getting COVID, right? That's the supposed justification for why we're supposed to take them in the first place. Now, in relation to the information itself, right? I really don't think you maybe put two and two together here, because you were talking about the vaccine, right? So this is dramatically different than a traditional vaccine. In a traditional vaccine, you're inputting not genetic information, you're inputting a hamstrung version of the virus, right? And having your immune system create antibodies for it, right? Well, that is not what is happening in this case. What is happening in this case is you are having an mRNA sequence, which is the code, the genetic information of a spike protein, which is a portion of the totality of the COVID genome, right? That is what's being pure code is what's being injected into you, not a vaccine in the form that we all know it, right? In the form that people try to present it as, right? Which is why my point is, prior to the current scenario that we're in, there has never been a scenario where genetic information is what was being injected into you in a vaccine procedure.
Well, that's not true. That's not true, but I mean, I understand.
Oh, well, please,
in mainstream immunology, it's true, but it has been used. It's been used for another number of different purposes in the past. Cancer, I think, certain types of cancer. But anyway, I get what you're saying.
Hang on. You're speaking specifically about gene therapy, right? And
the mRNA sequences used to prevent certain diseases from getting worse.
Name one.
They have used it. I mean, you do know the mRNA research began during the Clinton administration. It's not something.
Well, I understand there's been tests have been going on.
It's been used in treatment. It has been used. So
Rob,
let me go back. Let me tell you.
Hang on. You just made an assertion. So I need you to name an FDA approved mRNA vaccine that has been
I don't think that it's been FDA approved, and maybe let me see FDA approval. mRNA
you're way off on this one. It has never been approved ever. This is the first one ever.
Well, I didn't say that it was FDA approved. I have said that it has been used in the past, and it's been used in
mRNA vaccines have been tested on animals.
All right, well, here, can I stop you? The first, listen. Hey, I don't want to mute you. Let me talk. All right. The first link
Bro,
I typed in
I think we're on
FDA.
lag. I think we have lag time, which is why I think I'm over. I'm not meaning to overtalk you. I think we have some lag.
It's probably me.
Good.
It's probably me. Sorry, it's my fault because I was loading it up. So I did a. Hopefully you can hear me now. I did a Google search for mRNA FDA approval treatment. Okay, and the first link, I haven't read it yet, is from August 10th, 2018. It says the U.S. Food and Drug Administration today approved Onpattro infusion for the treatment of peripheral nerve disease. And it's the first of its kind targeted RNA-based therapy. So there's one, and I didn't know about that, but I mean, it's there, right? So you want to look that up? Onpattro, Pattro.
Well, then you, Comirnaty, this is August 27, 2021. Comirnaty becomes first ever mRNA vaccine to receive FDA approval. I mean, it's
all right. Well, I'll put the, let me put the link for this one. Hold on.
I think RNA, okay, there's different types of RNA, right? So
people can read it. Sure. I mean, so maybe this is an mRNA, right? It's
okay,
not an mRNA.
FDA.gov. Today, this is published August 23rd, 2021. Today, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration approved the first COVID-19 vaccine. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Where's that piece in the snippet that said first mRNA? Hang on a second. So annoying how Google does snippets and then it's hard to find it in the actual main article. Let's see here.
It's been, just to give a perspective on my biology knowledge, I was a biomedical sciences major for 2 years, a biology major for a year after that, and that's the extent. And that was, sadly, I'm sad to admit, 33 years ago or so.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Do
you think?
Yeah.
Do you think a single one of your professors would ever argue that a mRNA sequence is not genetic information?
No. But
okay,
they would say they would never argue that it was. They would never argue it was yours unless you were the one they got it from, I guess. But
but if
that's
I'm doing
not how they did it.
Right. But if I'm a biotech company that is doing genetic programming, and I'm creating a synthetic sequence, nobody would ever argue that that is not genetic information. Nor if I was doing gene therapy.
I'm with you. I haven't disagreed with you. It is genetic information.
Right. So if I'm doing CRISPR editing of my genome and making a modification, then nobody would argue that that was not a modification to genetic information, and that if my employer now insisted that I disclose whether or not I had something, even though it was artificial, right? Nobody would ever argue that would, I don't think anyone would ever argue that would be information I do not have to disclose. Now, in the context of the mRNA sequence that's being injected into me, right? My ribosomes are now utilizing that mRNA sequence just like it would any other genetic information and synthesizing the spike protein, right? So if my status, quote unquote, of being vaccinated is whether I do or do not have this genetic information in my body, whether it has been reverse transcribed into my genome or otherwise, it's physically in my body, right? And then when you look at the aspect of the extenuations for boosters and all that kind of stuff, right? You're now wanting me to disclose whether or not I have continued to have said genetic information in my body. So whether or not it has been reverse transcribed into my genome or otherwise, you're demanding disclosure as to whether or not this genetic information, which we all agree is genetic information, continues to be in my body, or if it has been melted down inside of my. It's no longer, it's molecular. That's broken down on a molecular level. But you're still wanting me to disclose whether or not I still have genetic information in my very specific genetic information in my body. So anyway, go ahead.
The only way that I can steelman your argument. So I'm pretending you're in my office and we're trying to establish a case for you. we have to prove, everything depends on proving that the vaccine for COVID, the mRNA vaccine, changes your DNA. That's what you have to do first. And if you
Why?
can't do that, then we never get to that argument. It has to be, in other words, it has to have an ability to be a part, and that is to steelman your argument. I still think it's a stretch that will never be successful. But
Okay,
steel
let me ask you
manning
this.
you.
Well, okay,
is-
you're stealing me. So hang on. So I'm going to counter you. So,
Yeah.
where is it delineated that it must be in my genome, like actually in my DNA, versus being genetic information in one of my cells?
Well, I'm saying because the law is preventing discrimination against your genes. Okay. And so the only way we can stretch that to try and steelman the argument is to say that requiring a vaccine that will change your genetic code. In other words, the argument then becomes you're requiring, employer, that I have a certain genetic code, i.e., one that has the ability to fight COVID via mRNA transcription or whatever we would call it. Again, 33 years away. So once that we can establish there's a DNA change, then we would be able to establish discrimination based on what your genes contain, and that you were not getting your job because your genes didn't have the particular segment that the COVID vaccine would give you. Get that? So there's
Okay.
that's steel manning your situation. But here's where we are from it, and this is what I remember from biology, and I saw it here, and talking about how I looked up mRNA, how it works and stuff. Now, again, and I remember this from my biology, mRNA, from scientific parlance, it never enters the nucleus, right? Which is where the DNA strands live, right? We can agree there.
No. mRNA
We can't agree on that basis.
No, the DNA sequence is transcribed into an mRNA sequence, and then through Brownian motion, it leaves the nucleus and goes out into the cytoplasm, where it is where the ribosome latches onto it and performs elongation into the protein or the polypeptide formation.
Well, so again, and I don't want to look. It's easy for me to look stupid. So hold on, let me do this, because it might be more appropriate for me to put this face on. Because I'm trying to remember the cell structure. It's been a while, okay? And if memory serves, the ribosome is not inside the nucleus. Is that a correct statement?
The ribosome is outside in the cytoplasm, but the transcription.
No, it's in the cytoplasm. It's in the cytoplasm, right?
Right. The ribosome is, yeah, but the DNA to RNA transcription takes place in the nucleus, and then once the mRNA
it doesn't. It doesn't unless unless the ribosome is in the nucleus. If the ribosome's in the nucleus, and I don't remember that it is.
No. Look. Hang on, I'm gonna pull up an animation for you and just show you how it works real quick. Hang on.
Sure, that sounds good. I'll share
it.
Because my recollection is that the ribosome outside the nucleus is the one that receives the mRNA information and then transcribes and does whatever it needs to do. But the nucleus is what contains our DNA strand.
Okay. Right. The DNA is in the nucleus. You are correct. Okay.
Okay.
The helicase and the transcription factors and the polymerase come along the DNA strand, right? And the helicase unzips it. The polymerase goes down the sequence that's being transcribed, and it's pulling in nucleotides into. There's actually an intake hole for it, and it's creating a single strand copy of the DNA sequence. Okay. Once it's formed, then you have pre-mRNA, and via Brownian motion, it goes out through a portal of the nucleus, and then it's outside the nucleus, and that's where the ribosome is waiting for it to actually perform the
Perfect. And that's why I'm saying, wait, so all of the, like the mRNA naturally is created in the nucleus and then escapes out, right? That's essentially what you said. Hopefully. Again, jackass, right?
Created in the nucleus and then comes out for the ribosome. Correct.
Right. And then the ribosomes outside the nucleus receive it. Now, again, this is me trying to steel man your argument. As far as science goes, and my very limited 3 decades old understanding of it, is that as you've just described in the natural I lost the jackass face there. In the natural process that occurs without any vaccine process, mRNA, the different coatings to help us with our immunity that's done naturally is processed in the nucleus, and then that mRNA that's created is then escapes the nucleus, comes in, escapes probably not the right word, leaves the nucleus. It's taken into the ribosome, sort of like a ticker tape. Ribosome reads it and helps to create the necessary proteins that assist us in the immunity for whatever purpose. Now, what I'm saying is the injection of the mRNA goes into our bloodstream, which is then taken up by cells, by the ribosomes in the cells, and never goes into the nucleus. It has no need to go into the nucleus, right? It only needs to find the ribosomes. The ribosomes recognize it because it's mRNA, and that's what they like to eat, I guess, if we use an analogy. So it never goes in the nucleus to get processed. It's already processed and ready for the ribosome. So unless you can establish scientifically that the mRNA ends up in the nucleus to manipulate our DNA structure there, it's only at that point that you would be able to make your claim, which I still think would not be successful even after we steel manned it.
Okay, but your logic flow there would necessitate that a mRNA sequence is not genetic information.
Not at all. Of course it is. Or the ribosome wouldn't recognize it.
Right. So if the mRNA in and of itself that encodes for a specific piece of genetic information is genetic information, then whether or not it has come out of because there's genetic information in your mitochondria, which are not in your nucleus, right?
Sure.
So there's other places where DNA information is stored other than the nucleus itself, right?
Well, the only the DNA that's
eject your DNA. So
the DNA that is transcribed is in the nucleus. Anything outside is not going to be creating. I mean, look, I'm not an expert on that. Maybe it is.
No, you have a 16,000 base pair mini genome in your mitochondria that are not in your nucleus. So like that. Okay. That argument doesn't follow. But my point.
Well, you said 16,000 base pair, but the DNA strand is 3 billion. It's a big difference. Right?
Yeah, but you can't. Right, but hang on. You're now arguing semantics, and we're going.
No, I'm arguing number. If you're saying that,
Well, hang on. But an mRNA
16,000.
Well, hang on. There's mRNA. There's proteins that are coded from 150 to 300 amino acids, and there's like Titan proteins which are 33,000.
Sure.
So are you going to argue that because it is a 300 one versus 33,000 that somehow the size has any relevance to whether or not it's genetic information?
Well, I think for you to say that the body is affected, I mean, unless, all right, we to steel man you again, you would have to establish that the mRNA that is injected into you would affect that 16,000 base pair structure in the mitochondria.
No. I have to establish whether or not the mRNA is genetic information or it is not.
No.
That's what you have to.
No.
How
all right, let's say, okay, of course. Yes.
Okay, go hang on. Let's steal. I'm gonna steel man you here. Is it your position, therefore, that if it is an mRNA sequence is transcribed from a DNA sequence, are you suggesting that the second it leaves the nucleus, that it is no longer genetic information?
No. See, you're misunderstanding the claim. You're misunderstanding my position, and you're misunderstanding what the law is. The law is preventing discrimination on your genetics, right? Your genetics, not some other genetics that are injected into you. The genetics that are injected into you are not your genetics, or you wouldn't get them injected into you. The purpose is it's genetics from some other source, not you, that helps your ribosomes transcribe the necessary proteins to create the necessary immunity to make it COVID less effective. Okay, so what the law is protecting is discrimination against your genetic material, not foreign genetic material. Do you understand my point now?
I hear what you're saying. I'm disagreeing with you from a biological perspective because you have
I'm not even talking biology right now. I'm talking legal. From a legal perspective.
Hang on. I'm just because you're making that argument doesn't mean that your understanding of what constitutes genetic information is correct. Because,
but listen,
you
need to stop. I have to stop you right there.
Do you know what a retrovirus is?
I couldn't give you a definition, but let me stop you. It's ridiculous for us to argue a point that we agree on. Is mRNA genetic information? Yes. Is the genetic information in the vaccine that is put into people genetic information? Yes. So we agree. There's no reason to argue, right? We agree at that point. So let's get off whether or not it's genetic information.
Okay, you're claiming. Let me finish my point here in regards to your.
I just don't want to argue what we already agree on, and we're not getting anywhere.
I got you, but I think that you're missing the point in relation to what constitutes your genetic information, right? So, in regards to like retroviruses, right? So you can get infected by a virus, and like for example, HIV. If HIV undergoes reverse transcriptase and injects itself into your genome, prior to your infection, you did not have HIV in your genome.
I get that.
Okay, so are you going to argue that because it wasn't originally part of my genome, that it is now not genetic information in my body, which could be determined whether I do or do not have?
And we're back to the point where I steel-manned your position by saying that you have to prove. So now I'll explain it the way you just did the example. You have to prove that the mRNA COVID vaccine does the same as a retrovirus.
Okay, at the very beginning of our conversation, I talked about peer-reviewed journals articles which show reverse transcriptase from the vaccine.
Then you can present it on that basis. But unless you're peer review, there are certain evidentiary standards that expert witnesses are going to have to meet. And if by peer reviewed, it's a bunch of people, it's 10 people in a room who are anti-vaccine, who are peer reviewing their own arguments together versus, let's say, 1,000 who say that they're wrong, then, you're going to have some difficulty getting that expert to testify. I mean,
okay. I would wager that nature.com would probably be considered a rather high level academic journal. So
yeah,
and I'm pretty sure the CDC actually admitted that reverse transcriptase can take place.
It can, but is it like a rare situation where it does, or is it in every case? And let me take the jackass face off now. All right, now I'm back to normal.
Well, I understand where you're coming from. I just disagree with you in terms of what the definition of genetic information is. I looked up.
No, you don't. See, I hate that you're going back. No, you don't, because I guess you do in the sense that.
Okay, so subsection 3, the manifestation of a disease or disorder in family members of such an individual, right? So if we're talking about manifestation of a disease being a component of genetic information, then
like
you're
cystic
saying
fibrosis,
right? So how are you going to apply that logic to exclude whether I can or cannot have a probability of getting or not getting something from the manifestation of a disease?
I simply have to use the law as stated, and the idea, or rather the purpose for the law. Okay, and again, I'll use cystic fibrosis as an example, because that's a genetic disease, and it doesn't always appear, or it might appear late, and we don't know what triggers it. So cystic fibrosis would be something that's hardwired into somebody's genetic code. Somebody can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that's the case. COVID is not the same thing. So you're not just being discriminated because COVID sits in your genetic code. You're not being you wouldn't be discriminated against if you had the immunity to COVID. You're being discriminated against because you are more likely to get it under common science parlance than someone who's not, which would make you, wrongly or rightly, would make you a danger in the workplace to people that are more fragile, like someone with cystic fibrosis. So again, to steelman your claim, you'd have to bring in the necessary experts to testify that there is a change, that the change occurred in your DNA, and the reason you didn't get the job is because you don't have that genetic code. And I would submit to you that there's no employer in the world that is discriminated against you because of your genetic code. They're discriminating against you on the basis that you are more likely to get COVID than someone who had the vaccine. And so then the argument moves on from a legal basis to whether that's true. And you'd be hard pressed to find a scientist reputable in the field that would be able to support that claim. So that's it. But Cheryl says that's false. I don't know what she's talking about. So hopefully that answers. I mean, look, you can have your opinion. You can try and I like the thinking, and I like that you put a lot of effort into this, obviously. But it's just not. It's not a successful proposition.
Well, like I said, I get what you're saying, and I understand the aspect of steelman, and I also understand that the definition or the interpretations of definitions from lawyers versus and judges in relation versus what are the actual scientific definitions are oftentimes skewed. I think that it would be extraordinarily difficult from the scientific definitions of what genetic information is, from a scientific perspective, it would be extraordinarily difficult to argue that the mRNA vaccine is not genetic information. That would be an extraordinarily difficult argument. Now, whether or not it could be, to your point of what is the supposed legal definition, whether or not you could overcome that, that's neither here nor there. I agree with you in that context.
Yeah,
I'm saying from a scientific perspective, there is no scientist who would argue that the mRNA vaccine is not genetic information. Like, they would be laughed out of the room if they made that.
And I would laugh at it too. So I agree with you. But again,
so I think it would come down to whether or not you could overcome because like in the legal definitions of genetic information that I've read, there is no exclusion. It doesn't specifically state that it has to be your genome.
Yeah, I don't know if is there a legal definition for it? Is it in the statute? Genetic information is defined?
Yeah,
that's good. That's a good point to look. How is it defined? Do you have it in front of you?
It says it's for, let's see, it is, well, I won't go to the subsection.
Because that's the only definition that counts for purposes of the law.
In general, the term genetic information means, with respect to any individual, information about such individual's genetic tests, the genetic tests of family members of such individual, and the manifestation of a disease or disorder in a family member such as an individual. Inclusion of genetic services and participation in genetic research, like section B. Such terms include, with respect to any individual, any request for or receipt of genetic services or participation in clinical research, which includes genetic services by such individual or any family member of such individual. So where I come from on that, in terms of my interpretation of this, is the genetic services in this context, any genetic test would, whether I do or do not have antibodies or the mRNA sequence in my body, would necessitate a genetic test in order to verify. So if you're not allowed to ask me for that disclosure, then that disclosure would require a genetic test to determine whether or not I have or do not have said genetic information in my body. Then, in my opinion, you would be violating the provision that says the prohibition of asking me to disclose that information.
That's the claim. The legal advice would be that, good luck to you. And it's not even a coin flip. So, I haven't done any law related to this, obviously, any litigation related to this. But I can tell you, you don't have to have a general idea of how these are going to go. And in every case, with these LPP is that's why I started there. They always go with what was the intent. And the intent was to protect people with disease. And you could see how emotions could come into play. And, I know that some people I deal with, they're very anti-emotion when it comes to religion things. But as it relates into law, emotions are they're very useful. And so the scenario that would play out, and there would be you who got the job and you won the case because you claimed that they were violating
Rob,
your genes. Yeah.
Hey, Rob, hang on one second. In relation to intent. Oh, man. Okay. I may actually have a counter to your point there.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know if
I'm saying language. I know. Hang on. Listen, you might find this interesting. Okay. So this is section 302, or sorry, section 2 findings. Okay. Congress makes the following findings. Deciphering the sequences of the human genome and other advances in genetics opens major new opportunities for medical progress. New knowledge about the genetic basis of illness will allow for earlier detection of illness, often before symptoms have begun. Genetic testing can allow individuals to take steps to reduce the likelihood that they will contract a particular disorder. New knowledge about genetics may allow for the development of better therapies that are more effective against disease or have fewer side effects than current treatments. These advances give rise to the potential misuse of genetic information to discriminate in health insurance and employment. So 2 things. Number 1, you've got health insurance and employment. So from an intent standpoint. And then preceding all that, it talks about, to reduce the likelihood they will contract a particular disorder. Anyway, so if you're talking about prevention of, that's not necessarily a predetermined end outcome that will happen. We're talking about the potential prevention. Oh, the words are clear. The prevention of getting a disease. So what would a vaccine and all of the arguments made in favor of the vaccine be other than an attempt from a genetic information perspective to prevent the contraction of a disease or to minimize the symptoms? Which I'm pretty sure exactly what that says.
It's an argument you can make, and it's the best one you got. I can tell you that. I think that's the best argument that you have. I just don't think it would be successful. And back to what I was saying, the emotion thing would be putting winning your case, and going into a workplace where somebody does have cystic fibrosis who was not discriminated against on the basis of that and ended up getting the job as well. And then you catch COVID and poor cystic fibrosis person ends up dying as a result of you catching it. Look, I mean, does that hold any scientific weight? No. Does it hold legal, emotional weight? Yeah, it probably would compel a judge watching this to not decide in your favor just from an emotional standpoint rather than legal. But again, back to legal, the policy regarding the institution of the law in the first place. The law came into play, obviously, because there were businesses that were discriminating against people who had pre-existing diseases or potential pre-existing diseases, and they didn't want the employers didn't want their health insurance rates to go up. And Congress created a law that said that can't be a factor in deciding whether somebody works there. So, Cheryl, when you say something like this and then I end up looking, I don't know what you're saying. So just say, hey, Rob, when you said this, that's false. Then I'll be able to know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. And how would you ever prove that? I don't know what you're talking about either. I mean, it's very difficult. How would you prove that it changes your DNA? You'd be able to do that. I mean, in microscopes, we'd be able to see someone's actual human genome and know what it is. I mean, we could do research on it. And I'm assuming you haven't been vaccinated. You don't have to tell me if you don't feel comfortable, LPP, but I'm assuming that you haven't been, or this wouldn't be discussed, right?
I mean, I'm self-employed, so I don't really give a rat's ass.
But so I'm just saying, we could take somebody who hasn't been vaccinated, map their human genome, and then get them vaccinated, do a study, and then see if the human genome has been altered at all. We could do that, and then that would be, then we've met number one. And then you can, unless you meet that number one, we can't even go to genetic discrimination, because we have to establish that the mRNA vaccine would change yours. The issue is is understood that it's genetic information. So we're already there. You're getting genetic information put into your body. Does it change your existing genetic information? And once we get there, can we make the argument that that they're discriminating against you, the potential employer, because you don't have that genetic change? Then it's an interesting argument. Again, probably a loser, but then it's possible at that point, I would say. Absent that, there's nothing. But cool. Hopefully that's a good discussion for you. Probably bored everyone else in the room.
Well, like I said, I still disagree with you in relation to whether or not you could successfully make the argument that from a genetics perspective, you could still argue that having it in you would not necessitate, for it to be per modern definitions. I still don't necessarily agree with you that it wouldn't be something you could successfully argue. But
as is, you mean? Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, I just think the big question for any judge, like, you do know that the judges would be just like me, right? Like, you'd be lucky.
Listen, my expectations of judges. Listen, I've been involved in multiple.
Yeah, when I say this, yeah,
I operate from the running. I'll put you this way: my confidence in judges vanished when I had proof that a police officer was committing perjury, and when I said, "Your Honor, I would like to present evidence to contradict and show beyond doubt that he has committed perjury," the judge refused to allow me to submit evidence. So my faith in judges went out the window when.
I'm just saying, your judge that's deciding this case, or let's say it's a group of judges in appeals courts, it's highly unlikely that any of them had any biology training whatsoever. So, those things are going to go way over. And if I didn't have any training in it at all, it would have gone way over my head too. And I wouldn't have understood a word you would say. And I would just have focused on the law, and we'd be looking primarily at the law. So what you have to, if I was advising you, I would say, look, that's the situation that we're dealing with. We'll be dealing with people deciding this case who don't have any scientific knowledge whatsoever. And everything that you say will go totally over their head. As soon as you say reverse transcriptase, they're thinking about the ham and cheese sandwich waiting in the fridge for lunch. So, right. You're going to lose them. And it's the experts that will be the ones who are going to have to make that determination. And if you want some interesting reading on experts and the standard for whether an expert is suitable to testify, you can look up Daubert, which is, I think, a federal case, and it's spelled Daubert, and that might be interesting reading for you as to the doctors that you would have testify on your behalf.
Gotcha. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, like I said, I'm self-employed, so to me it doesn't really matter. But I know quite a few people who've either not, and I do consulting, so there's been quite a few jobs. So it's really ironic to me of why remote contract positions where you're never going to have physical interaction, people are still inserting the necessity. It's like, it's a 1099 position. Why in the hell are you wanting me to disclose this information for something that's remote in another state? I will never see you.
Well, I hate to tell you, it's liability stuff, right? And so then it comes down to, again, my face is appropriate. The reason that we have to do any of this stuff, the reason why these are mandates, is because of probably lawyers that would sue if they didn't do something about it, right? Isn't that what it all comes down to? Unless you think it's some kind of control thing of the populace, but I don't. I think that it's a litigation thing. So people like me that would, if an employer didn't require it, and then somebody comes into my office with cystic fibrosis and said this employer had an option to comply to prevent people who could get COVID easier into the workplace. This guy came in, and let's say it's the husband, and my wife died. And is there a case? There's a case. Is it a winning case? I don't know, but there's a case. So you see, what these employers are concerned about is like, well, all we need to do is just show due diligence and say, well, we require, even if somebody lied, like, we required it, somebody showed us a card. Turns out that card was faked. We did what we could. We can't DNA test everybody. So we required it. We asked, and we did our due diligence. We did what we needed to do. It's the same kind of concept as a supermarket that sweeps every row of their supermarket every 15 minutes, or they're supposed to. And if they don't, that came out of a bunch of lawsuits of attorneys slipping, the out of lawsuits of attorneys suing these places. The law saw that it was a problem. They'd say something like, well, you have to do at least something to make it appear like you're preventing slips and falls. At least, keep sweep sheets. And because if you don't, then they can make an argument that you didn't do it at all. And if you did in the course of doing the sweeps every 15 minutes, a half hour, you would have discovered the puddle upon which this person slipped and fell. It's really, for more than anything, I don't think it's a populist control thing. I think that it's designed to prevent lawyers from suing you.
Are you suggesting that the United States has a litigation problem? And
well, that's one thing. Yeah, sure. Litigation problem, too many lawyers. And Cheryl says you can never prove on any, and yeah, that's true. But let's say that it's somebody with cystic fibrosis that was required to go into their office by their employer. And the husband, who's now a widower, comes in and testifies to say that his wife, because she was so afraid, never did anything but go to and from work and then immediately back home and hide in her plastic bubble. And he's the one that went to the supermarket to get food. She was scared and would never go out because she was so worried with her cystic fibrosis. And so that would be enough in that circumstance, I think, to prove to a jury. Again, in civil litigation, we don't have to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very high standard. We have to prove it by a preponderance of the evidence, which means 51% in favor, 49%. So if there's a 51% chance rather than 49% chance that the woman in our example got the COVID from the place of employment, we can win. And Cheryl says, oh, please. And I say, let's go back to the jackass. Note to self, if Cheryl is in the jury pool during voir dire, I need to get a picture. I'm excluding her immediately. Okay. So does anyone else want to come in? Bruce left me, and now we'll see how long he's not going to be talking to me, because I took your side, because I wanted to talk with you about it. I thought it was interesting. But I don't want to talk. I love Bruce. He loves me, and we're a happy family. With a great big hug and a kiss from me to you, Bruce. Won't you say you love me too? That's how it goes. And some might say I'm lying, in which case my nose is
okay.
grown.
So here's another topic, and you can say you do or do not want to discuss this one. What is the deal with Ryan the Presbyterian being ridiculously butthurt and going on diatribes about how horrible of a human being you are?
No, I can talk about it. It's a good question.
Which, by the way, I'll preface all this with he hates my guts and thinks I'm an evil human being. So we're in the same place.
I don't really know you, LPP. So I think I've heard of you. So where it started, and it's very strange. If you want the brief rundown, this is where, because he's the one that pushed me away and got me angry at him first. So that's where it started.
Doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah, so it's very strange to me. So where it began, like he lies. It's no surprise to a lot of people. He says this has been happening for 6 years. I think he's only been in this community for 4. I saw him in a Thick Shades hangout. I think it was about 4 years ago, and kept him at. I didn't like him. Kept him at his arm distance, but he had some issues with some people in the community, and he wanted to make complaints with YouTube and stuff. So he sought my advice on a few things, and I entertained him a few times, and we were brothers in arms in some occasions when Bill, Good News Gospel, and Thick Shades, and Andy even, they were attacking us both at a particular time. And so Ryan and I could, sort of commiserate and go, okay. And then, he'd participate in some of the chats I do where I was kind of mocking Bill and crew and stuff, the silliness that goes on YouTube. So long story short, again, as recently as last year, he was sending nice emails to me, asking my advice because Smokey Saint and Will Kincaid were saying bad things about him on the internet and on YouTube, and he wanted to have YouTube do something. It was not a legal thing. That's why I'm talking about it. And not to get in too much detail. And then he got into a falling out with Bruce. So I don't have issues with Bruce. And in his falling out with Bruce in August of last year, he makes a video that's still on Ryan the Presbyterian's channel, where you'll be able to say that it's a whole message to Brucifer or whatever he says. And in there it says, you even have Rob Reed. So he's talking about these bad things about Bruce. And when he says you even have Rob Reed, it's like, well, that's sort of casting aspersions at me, because when you say you even have Rob Reed, it's like, ooh, if you have Rob Reed on your side, that's a bad thing. And then he puts in commas, who uses you as a spy. Right? And so I'm like, what? Like, where's he coming from that? So he's throwing this out in his attack to Bruce and attacking me. And so what ends up happening is I ignore it. I wanted to say something, but I just said, you know what? I want nothing to do with that guy. Best thing I can do for him, because he has issues, is just ignore him and leave it alone. And I did, until he started, then he sided with good old Smokey Saint. And after months and months and months of going, like, Smokey Saint is this type of person that I wouldn't want to be around. I don't think he ever used the phrase reviler, but he particularly took issue with the fact that how Smokey Saint handled the death of Bill's daughter. You may not, or do know about that. But anyway, and that was one of the things that when I took huge issue with Smokey Saint, it really came out of that. And so the fact that he made that switch was very weird. And then he was attacking Bill and crew. And then in their defense, I was in one of their chat rooms and I was joining in. And it was at that point that I said, yeah, I don't know what's happened to this poor kid. He's now saying I have Bruce spying for him and all these various lies. And he just kept doubling down on it. And then he started, then he would mention me on his community chat. I think he made a video about me first after he saw me in that chat. And it was in that chat. I think he says it's Halloween. I don't remember, because I know on Halloween I would have been giving out candy. So it would have been during the day sometime. I called him a bad name. I reviled, which is not something, I'm not happy about it. I've repented as best I can. I try not to use the word when I say it to him, but it rhymes with hunt. And when I called him that, he then claimed that I was attacking him on the basis of his disability. And it was a surprise for me that he had a disability. I was like, and apparently he has cerebral palsy. And he thinks because I called him the rhymes with hunt, that was somehow attacking his cerebral palsy that I didn't know about. Then it became very interesting, because he discovered the week before this happened, give or take a few days, that he had 7.8% Jewish ancestry when he did a DNA test. So then he was insinuating that I was an anti-Semite because I called him the rhymes with hunt, and he happens to have Jewish ancestry that I didn't know about. And then everything's gone back and forth since then. And that's it. And then he threatened to complain to the state bar about me, and they haven't contacted me, because they of course would know how ridiculous the claim was. I tried to tell him, in fact, it's a misdemeanor if you make a false complaint, but so I'm trying to leave him alone. And it's
right.
hard.
No. I totally get it. I saw some of the community posts about that, and what you just stated does not surprise me in the slightest in terms of like the complaint status, and if it even happens, not a problem. Like that, what you just said about like you just got a genetic test there, and you didn't disclose the results, but you're going to hold me liable for information that you didn't even have until a week prior. It's hilarious.
Look, well, yeah, I'm glad somebody can join me in that. And if you can, I actually posted another thing where he does the same thing. It's in my community tab, but it's in his thing. And if you look at my community, it's one of the comments I made where Ryan the Presbyterian is the king of the victim card. And he attacked some people that Smokey got in touch with who are atheists. And they called Ryan a name or jumped on him or something. And then he said, you do realize you're saying that to somebody with a disability and something related to like you're breaking the law. Somehow, if you criticize someone,
what aspect of the First Amendment forbids you to talk trash to somebody whether they do or do not have a disability?
Don't get me started. Yeah, none. And in fact, he said I was committing a crime, and the reason for that, he has disability advocates, and they're saying under the Americans with Disabilities Act, I'm committing a crime. Then I did a shorts video for him that pointed at the beginning of the Americans with Disability statute, and I asked him to find me any point in there where it talks about criminal liability, knowing full well that he won't find it. There is no criminal liability in there. And so, once again, he lied again to say that he had these disability advocates that were telling him that they could get me in a crime. So the best thing I could say about Ryan is to just not deal with him. And if you do, and Smokey's learning that again, who allied with him, and now Ryan's attacking Smokey for out of the blue for no reason. So I can't get it.
I saw that. I saw the other day. They attacked me a week and a half ago. I was on trial, which is pretty funny. There was this huge. I didn't watch. All these people were emailing me like, "You're on trial right now," and I'm like, "What?" I watched it a couple days later, and it was so funny. Towards the end, there was this gigantic accusation of me being a coward for not coming to defend myself in a live stream I was unaware of.
Yeah.
And they didn't email me. They didn't notify me of any of this stuff going on. And
there's a lot of that silliness here
to defend myself. I was cracking up. Like, this is
this community is toxic. This community is very toxic. So I met some great people on there, like even ones that disagree with me. Where is she? You see right now, I want you, Cheryl's here. When she said, "Oh, please," she said like this, "Oh, please." But I still love her. You see, we can have disagreement. So there's some people in this toxic environment that actually, when they disagree with you, they can get frustrated with you, like Bruce left. Because Bruce and I have had a good relationship for a long time. Hopefully, he isn't frayed by this. I highly doubt it, but we'll see. I think you just need to cool off. He's probably in a bad mood tonight. But let me address Don, Mr. in no relation, Donald Reed. When I complete my undergrad in a year and a half, I'm trying to decide if I want to go into law or nursing, like my opinion. This isn't because I would have probably changed my mind. Like, I started with medical training, intended on being a doctor. The truth is, I'm as honest as it gets. It was easier to become a lawyer than it was a doctor, at least undergrad wise. Law school is very, very hard, but I think medical school may have been harder. I can't say anything to that, but I did learn that I became a certified EMT, and I learned that in the medical field, I had difficulty separating the fact that the person was a human being in front of me versus just a piece of meat. And it's easier to view them as pieces of meat to deal with. And law, on the other hand, you get people that are hurt, but they're living, or you're helping someone to get justice for the harm that was done to someone else after the fact. You don't get somebody on your gurney who dies. That being said, in a certain medical field, you don't have to go into emergency. You don't have to go into where you're likely to see people die. You could, go into a general, you could be a nurse for a general practitioner, and you just see people coming in with colds, whatever. But I would highly recommend, because there's such a demand for it, I think nursing would be great, Don. We need more in the medical field, and you have super job security. The only thing that happens with that, I think, especially when you're new in that field, is you probably have to work crazy hours, and you're the low guy in the totem pole that would have to work the Christmases and stuff. So it would kind of suck. So if I'm giving you my best opinion, ultimately you have to decide, are you the type that could talk in front of people without problem and try and reason on the fly and those kind of things? If you are, then, and you really like that, then law is cool. But it's easier to get into nursing than it would be to get into law. If you want to become a paralegal, I don't know, the law in California is now you have to actually go to school and get a certificate. It didn't used to be that way. My wife's a paralegal, and she got in under the wire just before California changed the law to require formal training. She just worked for a law firm for a couple of years, and then was just able to be certified by the lawyers that work there. So hope that helps. I'd say nursing, man. And so self-employment, you said that you do consulting at LPP?
Yeah, I do. And Donald, in relation to Rob's point about shortage of doctors, there's also a recognized oversupply of lawyers.
Yes.
And they're being pumped out the wazoo. And there's actually some interesting litigation that's going on from law students against some major law schools, if I remember correctly, because of the you're gonna 90x% of our graduates get a degree, and then like in the small print it's like, well, you got a job, doesn't necessarily mean it was in law. Like some pretty interesting litigation going on in that context, which I think is pretty funny. It's
Well,
like,
we have
let's think
something
about this.
scary. We have something scary happening here, and I don't know where we stand right now. We're still might be pending with it. In California, they're actually trying to allow non-lawyers to practice certain areas of law.
Really?
So they're putting more in the mix. Needless to say, like myself.
Okay,
and,
here's a question about that. So I used to have a software dev company, and I had 30 employees and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, very long story short, after being involved in litigation with clients over just random stuff over the years, I decided to audit some law classes specifically for like contract law and a few things of that nature. And I'd considered after college, originally I'd thought about going to law school anyway, but one of the reasons I didn't go to law school was not that I wanted to be a lawyer, like a practicing attorney, but when I saw the oversupply and whatnot, it's like, man, I'm just going to audit and whatnot. But the question I have for you is, what you just said about California fascinates me, because something I looked into and was very, very pissed off was not an option, was how the bar associations have forbade getting a law degree, an accredited law degree online nationwide. And I was like, what the hell? What do you mean? But it is forbidden.
have they?
Yes,
Is
they
there?
have. It is still. I researched this last year again just to see if it had changed, and it is still forbidden to get an accredited.
Well, so you can get an
law degree.
unaccredited one, and then you have to take the baby bar in California, right? And then you can still take the bar exam, though, right?
It varied by state.
Yeah, well, in
California maybe, but like it varied by state. Was long story short. Anyway, my point is, we're going with all this. I'm very fascinated to the point you just made about like because with my research, I think there was only like 3 states that could circumvent going to a law school, and you could still do the apprenticeship route. But if what you're saying is true in California, which I'm sure it is, it's interesting to me that with all these other crazy restrictions, now it's going to be like, well, you don't even have to do that. Just
it's in the new, but it's apprentice is still a possibility. And I only say that not because I'm an expert in it or know that law, but just because sadly I'm familiar with popular culture, probably too much. But you may have heard Kim Kardashian. She hasn't gone to law school. She's working for a lawyer and apprenticing under them. And there's certain things that she has to do in terms of testing to comply with the state law. And particularly, she has to take the baby bar. So California allows, I'm trying to remember my first boss, he went to a law school that was unaccredited. So what happens there is you have to take a baby bar after your first year at an unaccredited school. It's for California. Pass that, and if you pass that and you continue with your second and third year of your unaccredited law school, and as long as you pass the baby bar, you can take the bar and then you're fine. So if you can do online law unaccredited, it's fine. The only add-on that you'd have with the bar exam would be a baby bar at the end of the first year, but you can still practice law here. Yeah, but what they're creating, it's not for everything, but like I think the idea they had was because there's such a need for pro bono work, or at least lower legal charges or fees, that they wanted to get people to, I guess I'll call them lay people with some legal knowledge to be able to do wills and, basic wills and maybe, some basic related stuff, easy divorces, those kind of things to lessen the cost burden on the consumer. It's interesting. I just think it's going to create, as it is, people that are lawyers, again, let me do this. There are a lot of jackasses in the legal industry here. And so when you add people that didn't go to law school and don't have to even take the bar exam, then you're going to get even bigger jackasses. They're going to start looking like this.
So it seems to me like they
Sorry.
so is this the trajectory that California is on? are they putting like provisions in for like the specific types of cases they're allowed to take? Kind of like the point you were making about, yes, you can do wills, you can do low level crime, that kind of thing, traffic tickets, that sort of thing, or are they going to be given blanket status just like any
It
other
will
attorney?
be. It's going to be restricted, but some of those things, like, it could be restricted. I do. It's not. There's a lot of things that I do that are. They're really. I do them to get clients that don't have a family attorney. So I do some small stuff. Like, I'll do basic prenuptial agreements. And in doing the basic prenuptial agreement, hopefully that person will remember me with my bread and butter, which is auto accidents or music law or things like that. But music law is
Gotcha.
another one where I represent people filing copyrights. Not a
Okay.
hard thing to do, but some people are clueless. And those are things they will exclude. It won't be a blanket license to be able to practice, but it will be a license to practice to do basic things, I'm sure. But still, I'm annoyed by it because it will prevent me, because I don't charge a lot for those things. So I charge probably like they would. So hopefully it wouldn't affect me too much, maybe. But the fact that people might not even think to call me because they can go call some Joe Schmo who set up shop and he charges them, $50, and immediately they don't even want
Right.
to talk to an
Well,
Encino.
and it's not like advertising in the legal industry isn't already ridiculously expensive. I mean,
Yeah.
I've had law firm clients in the past. That's the reason I know this. And we did. I remember we're setting up like online pay-per-click campaigns and such, and seeing the PPC cost for attorneys was just ridiculously expensive compared to
Yeah.
most other things. And I mean, obviously the potential return, the ROI on your click rate is, can be very attractive as well. But at the same time, it's like, good grief, the cost of this stuff is insane. Yeah, you're paying 50, 60, 70 bucks a click, like, good gravy. And obviously it varies by the market, but I mean, you're in Atlanta, LA,
Yeah.
New York,
That
the
was
cost
such a racket. That was such a racket. I got into that when I first started, maybe it was 6 years in. Google became a thing and they started their advertising, and I would do the pay-per-click thing. And it was always, I just felt like it was such a racket that there's somebody at Google that was probably out there going, "Hey, law office of Joe Schmo, Robert Reed just sit there and he increased his pay per click and now he's going to be ahead of you. What are you going to do?" And it was just constantly this battle to keep up, and it just got stupid. So I'm like, just word of mouth's good enough. I don't have to live in Beverly Hills. I want to be able to, I want to be a worship leader at church, and I want to be able to coach my kids' baseball and soccer teams, and that was the only way that I could do that. So,
okay, so since your focus is on like auto accidents, here's a random question for you. So, is the short version, in this past July, I was driving down the road, truck was in front of me. They drove over one of those like steel plates in a construction zone, and the concrete collapsed as he was going over it, and I like slammed into a steel plate, right? Totaled my car.
oh
Now
shoot,
I've negotiated a settlement with the vendor directly. Can I still potentially file suit against the county?
what state are you in?
Tennessee.
All right, I don't know. Is my answer. In California, if you do not file a government claim within 6 months, and it doesn't have to, it's not a lawsuit. There's actually a government claim form, and you don't even need to use that. The government claim form that you could find on the county website, and they should have one in whatever your county is in Tennessee, it'll have the code section. You'll be able to look at the code section, and the code section will say the time period. It'll say everything that you need to put in information, because I never use their forms. Their forms, as you can imagine, always ask for more information than the law requires you to provide. Like, oftentimes they'll have, draw us a diagram, everything they can try and do to get you to write something wrong so they can attack your credibility. As an attorney, I always advise people, you don't do that. So I don't fill out those forms. So just comply with whatever code sections on that form. But if it's way past 6 months and Tennessee is exactly the same as California, you'll be in trouble. So look for like a government tort claims act. Go to your local county website and look up claims against the government. actions against the government, things like that, and they'll have a form probably related to it, and then you'll know for sure. But in California, it's 6 months. And so if you and you know, there's a case that I just had right now, and in California too, is the statute of limitations is 2 years in normal circumstance. But to give you an example, what can happen in California, I have a case where I'm suing a city. It's an auto case. I've already settled the underlying auto case because they had very low policy, and we're going to sue the city as well. I had to file the claim. The accident happened Thanksgiving of 2020. I had to file the government claim by whatever 6 months is from that. I think it was May, right? And once they respond, which is usually a rejection, I got the rejection from them in August then of last year. Then you have 6 months to file. So what is normally with this government claim a 2-year statute of limitations becomes, in this case, it was basically a year and a half. So it could shorten the statute of limitations too, because you have to, once you file the government claim, then you have 6 months from the time of their rejection to file suit, from the date of the rejection. And if they never reject, which happens sometimes, or they never send you the anything, no even acknowledgement, that's why you want to send it certified so you can prove that they got it, then you have the 2 years. But so the government has protected themselves nicely with these tort claims. So check that out. That's the long answer for you. Go to the county website. And how long ago did it happen? Did you tell me already?
It was July of 2021. Okay, so would Tennessee Governmental Tort Liability Act, does that sound like that would probably be what I'd be looking for?
Something like that, yeah. And then,
Okay,
but the easiest thing to do is
1 year. 1 year.
It says 1 year.
Well, I'm looking on right now. I'm looking on an attorney's website, and it says you have a year of for statute of limitations.
Is there a special government claim restriction as well, or is it just a blanket 1 year statute?
Here's what they say. It says there are strict time limits for filing a claim against the TN government. The initial claim must be filed within a 1 year statute of limitations. If you receive an unfavorable decision, you have just 90 days to file an appeal.
Okay.
Personal injury lawsuits involving local governments can be filed in a local circuit court where the injury arose. The same 1 year time limit applies to TGLTA claims. Interesting.
Does it have a statute in there for you to look at? Government code something?
Let's see. Yeah. Hang on.
Go to that government code, and then you'll see everything you need to do. It'll be spelled out.
Okay.
But if it's a year, you're still okay. So hopefully that's the case. But
let's check that out. Yeah, like I said, the vendor had no, like we settled within like.
Because I was going to say, you have a better case against the government than you do the trucking company by far.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well, no, not the truck. The construction vendor. He settled with me within like 2 weeks.
So he was the one who was doing the work. Is that it?
Yeah.
Like that the government wanted him to do. Well, the government's the one that hired him.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was thinking about the other day. I was like, man, I settled with him. Yeah, I mean, he was immediately was like no confrontation whatsoever. I talked to the owner. They gave me his phone number. I called him. He and I negotiated a settlement, and he gave
Are
me the
you
money.
satisfied? Like, were you hurt?
I mean, it hurt my back some, and I mean, I was out of commission for a month or so, and then
did you treat?
With bed rest for the most part.
Oh yeah. So if you were satisfied with the settlement you got, it's probably not worth it. Again, not again. I say again because this is what I tell people. You can if you get into an accident and you get rear-ended, it's a slam dunk case. You win. If you get in an accident, you're rear-ended and you're not really hurt, you don't treat, there's no medical bills, it's just bed rest, and your bumper has a little ding on it, while you would win your case, it's not worth a lot. So if you got satisfied with what you got from the vendor, then I would say suing the government is probably not going to be worth your while.
Okay. You don't think they would even stroke a check for 10 grand to go away?
No, the government doesn't like to do that, and
Okay.
you can imagine why. Because their constituents who will end up on the jury don't get very happy. And constituents are savvy enough to know, like, anytime you sue the government, any dollar that has to be paid comes out of their own pockets in some manner, right?
Right.
So yeah, this is the kind of case where they'd probably, especially if you do it yourself, they'll be like, buddy, you got
Oh
your
no!
money.
In this context, I would hire an attorney for an actual.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, like, because the
I
case
was fine with negotiating. I mean, negotiating with the vendor for a settlement, like, that was no big deal. That was piece of cake. I mean,
because the case that I mentioned, where I am representing somebody, the guy that hit her ran a stop sign. He only had 30,000 coverage. We got that, and why that was relatively easy to get is because she had a fractured rib, punctured lung, stitch on the top of her head that required stitches, and then soft tissue stuff. So that's an injury, right? I mean, that's one. We call those objective injuries, meaning like any reasonable person looking at them doesn't have to say, "Ooh, I wonder how that feels." They kind of have a general idea. It's like pretty obvious. It's not subjective, in other words. So, yeah. So in your case, although I'm only, the caveat here is, if you came into my California office, this is what I would tell you, and I encourage you to talk to a Tennessee attorney, because I cannot practice.
No, I totally get that. I totally get that. That's the listen. I issued that disclaimer before I asked you the question. Hey, Bruce said he's backstage. Is he still there?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Sorry, Bruce. I was too into being one of these. All right. Are we peaceful? Are you talking to me, Bruce? All right. We'll wait for him. Maybe he left.
Yeah, like with my case, like, after I settled with the lawyer, or with the vendor, I was like, man, I thought about suing the county, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. It's a hassle. I'll think about it. And I was busy as heck at the time, and now I've got a little bit of time on my hands. I'm like, well, maybe I should look into it and see. Because I'm not one of those like crazy litigators. I don't sue for. I mean, there's been plenty of times in the past like I sued for random stuff, and I don't do that. I don't go chase.
When you're out of pocket, a lot of money, or you have a substantial injury that could affect you the rest of your life, or it's a substantial injury that will have, months and months and months and months of treatment, then it's worth it. But if it was just bed rest, I don't know Tennessee law. Maybe they do throw out 10 grand here and there, but California, they would laugh me out of court.
Right.
And they would know, they'd be like, whatever. All right, you want to try this? You'll win $10,000 against us at trial. Fine. It's going to cost you $12,000. So if you want to like work for free and then actually go out of pocket $2,000, well done. All right, we'll do it. We'll rock and roll.
Right. Yeah.
And the reason they would do that is because they want to try and prevent other people from doing that in the future. And so that's why it would not be a case that I would take in California. Ross has nice ears. Bruce, are you with us yet?
Yeah, just waiting there.
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't see you. Well, I'm trying to think. When you came in LPP, I think I was polite to you. Or am I wrong? Did I read myself wrong? Was I polite to you when you came in?
I mean, listen, man, I'm in Détente.
Hey, I don't care where the hell you're at. I'm asking you a simple question.
We're all good, man.
I know we're not. I'm asking you a simple question. Was I polite to you?
I think that you interrupted, therefore you were not.
Excuse me, knock it off. Was I polite?
I don't know this background.
I literally
know the freaking background.
Bruce, I literally just answered your question.
Freaking
you asked me, and I said yes.
Did I treat you nicely when you came in? Yes or no?
No.
Bullshit. I've treated you decently.
Okay, the first
one you started your damn shit with the fighting in the past, and I thought we were over. Playing this pussy ass game of, are we over this yet? Are we? I'm like, come on, bud.
Well, I know.
Then you told me to shut up. I brought up a damn good point.
I was trying to make sure that we were.
Bullshit. Don't play your games with me.
Okay, Bruce, I was coming in trying to make sure that we wouldn't have a dumbass confrontation.
Bullshit. Then why the hell did you start it? You didn't have to, did you?
I didn't start it. You interrupted me multiple times.
And you start this stuff with your freaking names and crap. What the hell was that about?
with my name.
What? Why are you so mad at him, Bruce? I don't know this story.
Because apparently, well, he started shit with me in the past, and then accidentally one day I talked over him because I was lagging of all things, and he had a whole conniption fit. And now every time I see you, you have to say, "Are we still getting along? What's your word you use?" I say, "I don't know her. I don't know what the hell."
Détente.
I don't know what the heck détente means. I can barely speak.
How about
English.
parlay? Have you ever seen
Why
Pirates
don't
of
you
the
just
Caribbean?
freaking say, "Are we still getting along? Or are we going to fight?" I mean, that would be simple, right? Well, obviously, if I was treating you decent when you come in, I say, "Hey, how you doing, LPP?" That kind of thing. And then you say, "Well, I don't think we were." No, I was polite to you. And then you tell me to shut up, and Rob says, "We're going to have to throw Bruce backstage." You want me to be calm now? Are you freaking kidding me?
Okay,
Well,
Bruce,
we were having a discussion,
listen.
Bruce. That's all, and it was just interfering with the discussion.
Well, holy shit. I walk away. I come back.
Bruce,
You guys are
Bruce,
talking
can I
about this.
please-
I say, well, the J&J, which Cheryl was right. They're not making it now. She is right. But I said, well, that would be an option. It's like, oh, no,
Bruce,
shut up, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's like,
Bruce,
well, that
Bruce.
was an option, wasn't it?
Bruce, okay. Listen, Bruce, if you didn't,
On.
I apologize. Listen, Bruce, if you didn't
Yeah, go
know
ahead.
what détente means, I apologize. But so you can understand that I was not starting things off on a negative fashion. The word, I'm going to read you the definition of détente so you understand where I was coming from, okay? It is the easing of hostility or strained relations. It's specifically about countries, but like détente was the whole like USSR and the United States having détente.
I'm not
right?
interested.
Like
I live
we're not-
here in freaking redneck land. All I needed to know was
Okay,
when I
so-
say, hey,
so
how you doing, man? How you
Bruce-
doing? Then all you have to do is say, hey, how are you doing? You don't have
All
to
right.
say, hey, are we
Note to
still fighting?
self.
Are we getting
All right,
along?
that's good.
That'd be
That's good.
easy.
Leave it at that.
Bruce,
That was
Bruce,
easy.
let me explain to you what
Just
I
treat
meant.
me nicely like I treated you. Wouldn't that
Bruce,
be
what I'm trying to relay to you, if you will listen, is I was being nice to you. I was saying, hey man, we're still good, right? Détente. We've had confrontation in the past. I don't
I
want
thought you said
confrontation.
debutante, and so I just
No.
thought about prom.
No,
If I
détente.
say, okay, so let's go
Détente.
back.
Okay.
If I
That is a
start
word
out
that means,
with,
hey, I don't want
oh,
hostility.
no, I'm sorry,
Let's
Cheryl,
not
I'm
have
tired of
hostility.
YouTube right now.
Let's
Really,
just get
I am.
along. Like, let's not have confrontation. I was from
If I
the
say,
very
okay, so
the
let's
first-
go back to the beginning.
Okay, Bruce. So
If
let's
you-
just calm down.
Why,
How about we have
Bruce?
détente?
Bruce, now
I'm
Bruce, you're hijacking my chat now.
Okay, well, I'll get the fuck out then.
This-
Look,
all
I
right.
just say this. If you come in and I say, hey, how are you doing? You know, what the hell does that mean to you? You really don't read that? It's
Okay.
not like when you walked in, I said, oh, shit.
I didn't think I took it in a lighthearted way, not knowing any backstory.
And
I thought
Bruce,
it was-
the follow-up word I used from détente was truce. You do know what truce means, correct?
See, that sounds patronizing, LP.
If I say, hey, how are you doing? That's
Rob,
enough.
Rob, his argument was that he thought that the word détente was an insult.
I just don't want. How about
So
a
I
drama-free?
I quit. It's the same freaking crap. Anyhow,
Bruce, can we have
next time you
truce?
meet your parents or your grandparents or somebody,
Bruce,
just
can
ask
we
them,
have
say,
a
hey, are we
truce?
still getting along or what? You know?
Bruce,
All right,
I am
okay. Anyhow,
détente.
have a good night.
Bruce, wait flag. Can we be calm and have a conversation? No confrontation. I'm asking for.
No, I don't think it's possible.
So so you don't want to do so. I'm trying to be like, dude, let's be on. Can we erase can we? I'm offering
somebody
truce.
says to me, hey, how are you
Can we have a peace treaty?
Bruce.
Peace treaty. Can we have a peace treaty, Bruce? Peace
no,
treaty.
because we tried
White
that
flag
last
is
time.
waving, Bruce. My white flag is waving. I surrender. I apologize. If you misinterpreted it, if I apologize.
Why do you? I don't even know why you go there. Of course, I'm pissed off. You tell me to shut up, and apparently that's okay. Okay, it's okay to tell me to shut up, and then so we're going to put you backstage. I mentioned J&J.
I'm apologizing for
mRNA vaccine. God forbid.
I am for any confrontation.
Worst Christian ever.
I apologize for bringing up the non-mRNA vaccine in the midst of an mRNA discussion. God forbid.
Bruce,
I can't have that.
Truce. For the love of all that is good and holy.
No, I'm tired of you.
I apologize if I was confrontational, if I say anything derogatory. I apologize.
That's too long.
This is so funny.
Okay, well, you know what, Bruce? If I'm sitting here attempting to recreate détente, and which
Well,
is an easing
okay,
of
so,
hostilities.
all right,
Okay,
Mr.
so can
Val,
you
when-
pull the
when was
guitar
the
that's
last
up your
time we
butt
got
right
into
now and
No,
calm
tell me.
All
down?
right, enough.
This is so funny. I'm spastic.
time? I was in your hangout. You were talking, right? And I talked over you, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry that happened. I was lagging.
Apology accepted. Will you now accept my apology? I apologize for being an asshole. Will you forgive me?
Well, I just don't keep bringing it up every time we talk. Just say, hey, how are you? Good. How are you? Good. Move on.
Okay, fair enough. Unless there's confrontation, I will not mention detente or truce ever again. We are on.
Yeah, I mean,
we will be on
it's
normal
like-
terms. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, that's
I like
fine.
it.
Fine. I kind of like just treating people like, hey, whatever.
All right, Bond's in here. Bond, do you have any baseball card questions? Other than what just happened, how's everyone doing? You doing okay, Bruce? Other than just the backstory?
Yeah. No, I'm just not really. I mean, it's part of it is me right now with YouTube. I am kind of.
Yeah, no, I know you're easily set off. There's a lot of crap going on.
Right now,
Ryan.
yeah, it's like totally nuts.
Yeah, so that's where you guys are brothers in arms because LPP understands Ryan and that stuff. I gave him the rundown of the situation with me, and because that's the thing that it is like LPP could have easily, if he was a friend of Ryan, could easily go, oh yeah, that Rob Reed, he's a downright shit, not knowing.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he messed up, but whatever. I don't know where.
Well, Bruce, you are aware of the fact that it's now been deleted, even though they claim to still have it. There was a stream where he attacked me, and I came on the stream, dog cussed his ass, and eviscerated him to the extent that he ran away and hid for a couple weeks because of the blatant lies and misrepresentations that he made about me. And him and Praise claim to still have said recording, which I'm like, hey, publish it, bring it, because of the blatant lies and accusations or false accusations that were made against me. So and I don't know if you saw it, Bruce, but Ryan and Praise like 2 weeks ago did the trial of John Maddox. So where they attacked me again.
Oh, is that you? Because I put that on my community tab where no one was watching. Right?
Yeah, that was me that they were.
That's right, LPP. Now I know where I last saw reference to you.
Yeah, that was me on trial, and a significant percentage of the accusations that were made against me, not only were they misinterpretations, they were false.
It was like 25 minutes to 30 minutes into their chat, and no one was watching on Ryan's channel, and one person was watching on Praise's. It wasn't, yeah. No one was clamoring for information on how to attack LPP. Ryan has more views when he talks about this guy. So I think you're all right. Isn't the video still there?
Yeah, it is. I believe so. I don't know. They may not delete it, but no. The original attack I was referring to, that was probably like 8 or 9 months ago.
Oh, okay.
And there was this whole like, I was basically the worst human being of all time, and I'm like, I hadn't even done a video. I don't think I'd done a video in like 3 months, and all of a sudden I get this. I get informed I was being attacked by name, and I went over there and was like, okay, so I'm here now. Back up your claims and your accusations, and they of course danced around like a bunch of little sissy boys and couldn't back it up.
Well, yeah, Cheryl, she remembers it. She says we were all in the chat. We were very upset. I'm glad I wasn't involved with that. But, there's a lot of reviling that goes on in these communities. So tomorrow morning, you're probably one of the brighter people. You'll be at work or something. But rather than work, I will be playing a game called Reviler Bingo, where we analyze a video that Smokey did about me about a week ago that I haven't been able to watch yet. So I was going to watch it live on the fly, and we're playing bingo. So I created this little software where you get a bingo box, like a whole with 25 different things in there. And as soon as Smokey says a certain word that we're anticipating he might say, if you get 5 in a row, you win. And we haven't decided yet what you get. You might get a CD from me, or at least just your name and lights on revilerbingo.com. So if you go to revilerbingo.com, you can see, I mean, and there's a part of me, and this is a preview for everyone that's watching. I actually, I saw an article on reviling by a pastor, and because Smokey Saint has pastoral support for his reviling, with this exception that as long as your reviling is attacking the spirit of the person, so if you call the spirit of the person a fat faggot who's getting mounted by Satan, you're okay. If you say that, if you attack the that's, I'm trying to understand them. But anyway, I found an expert on, I think he's written 3 books on it, on abuse in the church. And I'm not going to say his name yet because they'll try and contact him and those things. So I'm going to be interviewing this guy probably in the next week or so, and we're gonna analyze the works of Smokey Saint and whether they constitute reviling in the Bible, as defined in the Bible, or I should say in the English dictionary and the Bible.
Interesting. So Bruce, how do you feel about this?
I honestly, I don't talk much about it. Not lately, I haven't. A little bit, I do, but I try not to. I kind of played back with it because he's doxing me lately and stuff. But overall, I don't want to really say a whole lot because, quite honestly, yeah, that's basically it. I mean, he's the threats he's made to me. I'll just say this much: that between the threats and the constant doxing, he's pushed enough buttons that I'm to the point where I won't talk about it. That's all.
Well, I'm a degenerate, scum-sucking rodent. So I met the unknown knower. He put a challenge out there. I win.
In other words, I should mention that it's not a threat or anything. It's simply that he shouldn't be threatening me with his stupid lawsuits and crap. And
well, I've told you that there's nothing there.
Well, there's harassment. He's threatening to cause me problems. He can do things. Never mind. Like I said, I don't want to go into what
I said, he can't. But he needs money to do it. You need money to get attorneys to do your bidding when there's no legal basis to do it. If you have $1 billion, you can find an attorney to do it.
Let me ask you simply this: is he causing me problems?
In theory, but the problem. This is just what I would advise you or anyone else. The problem.
Theory. There's more than that.
Here's a theory. No, unless you received a letter. You can't tell me about a letter.
No, there's more danger than the letter. He is definitely causing problems that could turn into a real problem.
Unless you've been served a suit or a cease
I'm
and
not.
desist
I don't
letter.
want to talk about. No, I'll just shut up at this point because there's more to it than that, and we're ignoring part of it.
Well, then you should tell me private, and I'll try and
I mean, what he's doing right now is just really, really bad news.
Oh, I know that. What I'm saying is, there's no one watching his channel.
That's not necessarily true.
My business hasn't been hurt by Ryan the Presbyterian.
No, I don't have a business. But my point is, he is, by him constantly saying, giving out personal information, that could give me a freaking problem. You know what I mean? It can cause people problems. And we dealt with it with a mighty wind. And so
yeah, and that worked out, right?
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Not at all. No, it was very bad for me. No, it didn't work out. I don't know. Maybe you forgot what happened to me. And so let's leave that alone. We'll just, what he's doing could cause a lot of freaking problems. So he should get my freaking name off of his damn channel, knock his bullshit off. That's why I said I'm not in the best of mood. So I apologize for that, LPP. But
did he do it again? Did he do something today?
Last couple of days he's been doing it. He keeps posting it over and over.
Because you keep showing him that it bothers you.
Well, it's illegal.
He's not making cow bar complaints now. I guess I made one now, but because he knows it doesn't bother me because it's
Right.
ridiculous.
Well, the whole point is you can't. It goes against YouTube's terms of service. It does put. Look, the more I say, the more trouble it causes. So look, I just, and I don't even say a damn thing about. I'm not even going to say how I deal with it. It's just what he's doing is wrong, and it's legally wrong, and it's not even his threats. He's trying to say where I live. He's naming every damn thing he can. And man, it's freaking asinine.
Maybe you should start coming in continue to come in only with a cloak and smoke for a face.
Well, should I come in and act like? Oh, never mind. I ain't gonna go into it.
Well, I'm just saying you could say you're not Bruce.
Right. Well, anyhow, so the more I say,
it's the worse it
is. Well, the more I say, the worse it is. So,
I just tell you to just stop mentioning it. It'll go away. I honestly think that. So participation in a discussion like right now where we're talking about him is probably not something you should do.
I'd rather not. Yeah,
it's not going to go away if you keep talking about it.
Well,
let me remain his target.
I understand, but you keep saying it's the legal thing. It's this and that. He can't do anything. It's like, well, I can't. So, like I said, the more I say about it, the worse it is for me. So, and anybody else affected by it. So, it is a problem.
When you deal with evil people, Bruce, and I think people can draw their own conclusions as to whether Ryan's activity is evil. I have an opinion that it is. You cannot appeal to their good sense or their sense of fairness or love or not wanting to hurt somebody. You're not going to appeal to that. The only thing that you can do is wait it out, leave them alone, and then they'll find someone else to spout their evil on. And then the community tab thing will go bye-bye and no one will ever see it.
You do understand, though, he did this to Smokey. I mean, he tried to.
Yes.
He did it to Levi.
Right.
He did it to a few other people I've heard. And I mean, this whole thing is. I think he just enjoys attention. I get you on that. But, I mean, put it this way. With Smokey, it wasn't like he was content to just say, wow, well, that's kind of weird. He has to make a freaking whole big thing, try to hunt him down and figure out all this stuff and get everybody like supporting him and sending him all this information. It's like, what the heck? I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, well, I think he's watching now probably, so he's enjoying it. So I would rather not give him the attention.
Well, yeah, okay.
Because what he's doing is, I think he's sitting back and he's doing this.
This is so funny. I'm spastic.
It didn't show on my end. Did you see the video? Am I lagging?
I was away from the screen, but I heard the audio. Did you play the Ryan laughing clip? Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the audio.
I'm spastic. Struggling for breath, the poor kid. This is his thing, Bruce.
No, Bruce. Yeah, I would agree with Rob here in the context of like I've just refused to engage in any of this kind of stuff. Like you want to.
What's that?
I've just refused to engage in any of this. Like I'm not going to waste time. It's and I'm not directing at any one individual. I'm talking from a general perspective in terms of coming on YouTube. Unless you're an atheist attacking me in regards to an argument or something to do with, Christianity, theism, etc., like I'm not even going to act like you exist because it's not worth my time to engage in. And what's the real underlying question for me is, this is like a rhetorical question of what is the end benefit to the engagement? And if there's only a net negative outcome, both from a personal perspective as well as the end outcome for people from the observation standpoint. One of my biggest issues with a lot of this drama queen BS is like all that's being done is handing the ammunition that the atheists claim they don't want, it's handing them in a box with a bow, like to justify all of their positions about why theism and Christianity, etc. You believe in God. Anybody who believes in God is a crazy person. Yada yada yada. They don't think. They don't insert talking point. Right. All this drama crap. All it does is, whether or not it's justified or unjustified is irrelevant to how it's being perceived and being latched onto by the opposition. And they grab onto this stuff, and it's like, it just see this justifies all of
Yeah, but
my talking points are justified.
and you see how it sticks with you, like the fact they did this trial and Cheryl knows about it, but the majority of people don't know about it. I didn't. You just told me for the first time. I didn't know about it.
I remember seeing a little bit about it. To be honest, I just ignored it. Like, I just don't care.
And that's what most people don't know. The world, I mean, they get a lot of views perception-wise because they have long hangouts. Like this one's going to have a good number of views because people leave and come back in, and each time they leave and come back in, and where are we now? 2 hours and 10? That it appears that there are a lot of people, but at any given time it's like 9, right? I got 9 people in here right now. So it's there aren't a lot of people that care or give it. Like the majority of people that would go to Ryan's community tab, if at all, would be like, that doesn't interest me at all. Who the hell is that? All right. And they move on. So it shouldn't concern you. I understand why it does. It's very hard. It's very hard to imagine that somebody who professes Jesus is so cruel and so evil. But here we are.
I just put it in the side chat or in the private. It's easier to just say that way.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what I don't really. That's why I said I don't really want to go into detail on it. But and then there is the legal thing. A person can cause you trouble that you got to deal with, and all kinds of crap. And then the reality is, I mean, sure. I mean, so what? So then I'm supposed to then go sue some dude who claims to be a Christian because he's being an idiot. It's like, well, what kind of life is that? I don't want to live like that. It's ridiculous. I mean, of course I'd win. I mean, there's like nothing to it. I mean, the dude's been, I mean, because you disagree with somebody or something, and then the guy's saying you're harassing him and this and that. It's like, what the heck is he talking about? He's lying about you. You mention it. And then he says he's being harassed, and you go, wait a minute, this dude's actually truly harassing me. I mean, so I would actually have a case, but that's not something I would want to do in life. So I just wish he would stop doxing me and just knock it off, and we can let it go. Just move on. Just forget about it. Simple. I mean, that's all I ask of the guy, but whatever. And I just wish he'd not do that, but I can't really make him do that, obviously.
It's the expression that we've said before back in the day of Mighty Wind. Hurt people hurt people. And Ryan is a very hurt young man. In fact, I mean, I feel bad because I feel like he's taking his anger out that he has on me, on you. That's the thing that he's trying to abuse as well, which is real sad. But again, it shows that he's not a very kind-hearted person. And so the prayer that I have for him is that the hurt that he has in his life, that he can get past that, because clearly he's having a lot of difficulty.
Well, it's bad when you wish harm on somebody and you're trying to cause it. I go like, what in the world?
Yeah. All right. Well, I was hoping we were going to get atheists in here. We were going to yell at me for believing in God. That would have been more fun. And I was hoping that we were going to get the chance to do a Reviler Bingo, and it turns out that we could have done Reviler Bingo on you, Bruce. I'm just kidding. You didn't call anyone a whore and slag. So kudos to you for that. You did all right. Yeah, if you want to, participate tomorrow. Again, I think because I'm about to close up, I think. Unless you want to stay in here, Bruce.
Are we still good? No, I'm kidding. Okay, bad joke. Bad way to leave.
Do we have a detente? Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. See, you see what he does?
Honestly, I'm pretty passive.
You're such a pain in the ass, Bruce.
But I don't know.
I say that in love. In love.
I will try to get along better and not get worked up. I was sitting backstage for like what's going on 15 minutes, and I think I was boiling. I never get mad. The first time
we were in the midst of a discussion, and then the reason I didn't bring you up after the 15 minutes when you came back was I knew that what was about to happen what did happen was going to happen. So I just waited until I felt that LPP and I had our conversation. And
you're saying that's why I was sitting backstage?
Yes, you weren't sitting backstage when I brought you. I brought you up first. LPP came in after, didn't he? You were up.
Oh no, I'm saying when I was sitting backstage waiting to come in the second time,
I had seen you. Well,
maybe what you didn't know was blood was boiling as I was sitting there. So I'm sorry for that, but yeah.
Well, your blood was boiling before you left, so I knew that.
Well, I calmed down, and then the longer I sat backstage,
and I'm glad you did. But I wanted to finish my conversation.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Rob. Okay. So I don't know, but 49 seconds ago, you were mentioned. I'm
always mentioned, man. What did they say?
This is from Ryan the Presbyterian. I wonder if he's been watching the stream. Let's see. Do you want to press play, or do you want to? I have no idea what it says.
I can't. Yeah, it'll lag here.
Okay, there we go.
Hold on, let me get a gap between where the legs are. Like she has such a nice body. Can you show that again? Show that again. Yeah. Great.
So look who's listing though.
Yeah, I'm starting to lust now because I'll tell you where I'm lusting. Is you see that little delta right there, like the Illuminati delta?
Yes, I know.
Oh my goodness, I like that. I do like that. I will say.
I actually don't like her at all. I couldn't stand her.
Well, I prefer Asian women personally.
You can just tell where she's heading in about 5 years. She's on her way there quick.
Well, that's cruel. See, that's why I say this group is way.
The thing is, Asian women are too smart for you, Rob. So yeah, I don't think they're gonna like you.
Wait, Asian women what?
Asian women are too smart for you. In fact, Asians as a whole are actually smarter than you. So I don't think they're gonna.
You want to know why you're a moron? Can I tell you why you're a moron?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Tell me that I'm a moron because you already made your point. You already freaking advertised your own brand of stupid here.
My wife is Filipina.
Oh, good for you then.
Well, and you're a moron. You see how that works? You see how that works, you moron?
Oh yeah, I know how that works.
I found one Asian woman that liked
you. Oh, good for you.
She must not be very smart. I was waiting for him to say that. They're replaying something is that it?
Okay, so yeah, but get this though.
Rob Reed calls his wife stupid.
Okay, so get this. He clearly missed the point you were making. No, he missed the point.
Ryan, he knows the point I was making. He knows the point I was making. He's being. This is his way to. He thinks that he one-upped me. Get this, because you're not in the loop in this. That's why I keep doing it, because he's so ridiculous. He wants me to respond to that. I'm not going to, because that's stupid. But where he came in, and one of his things that he did about me is he said, Counselor Reed, and then he said, your wife finds you vile, and how I can know you. There's a video of you in December of 2020. Now, and she's pushing you away. She gives you a dirty look, and she pushes you away in favor of your son. Now, we found out, if you look at one of my past videos, but I'll give you the brief rundown so you don't have to see it. It's the very beginning, I think, of Mountainous Molehills, Morning of Mountainous Molehills 2, where I analyzed the video that I think Ryan was talking about. And you want to know what we were doing, LPP?
Hit me.
We were swing dancing, and he got a screenshot, because one of the things we do, it was a time-lapse video of us setting up our Christmas tree, and he got a screenshot, I guess, at some point. He never showed it, so I don't know if this is the case, but he made me go and do work. The only videos that I have of where me, Marie, and my son would be in it would be potentially the church videos that we have from December 2020, because of COVID, one of the great things that happened there was we started to broadcast our services, and more people would see it, and the word of Jesus goes out to more people. It's great, making lemonade out of or COVID aid, I should say. So I looked at those videos, and there were none where AJ was even on the stage. So I go, where the hell what's he talking about? And I realized, oh my goodness, he's talking about the December 2020 video I put up of our Christmas tree setup. And every time in time lapse, we do dances usually just to be funny, especially when we're done. We do like square dances, and in time lapse it sucks because we have to like go around 50 times to make it look like we went 3. But it's a lot of fun, and we've been doing it since like 2006. So gonna mute you, Bruce, because I don't know what you're doing. I'm not
Oh,
muting.
sorry, I moved the mic.
That's all right. So long story short is he was looking at a video of us setting up our Christmas tree and dancing and saying, "My wife finds me vile," and pushed me away because maybe we're doing the rock step, and it's so stupid.
Oh yeah, if you're doing swing, I mean you're doing. I mean a rock step is like a
But even
basic.
still, it's obvious what's happening.
I could see how. I guess if you're you're leaning back, I guess you could potentially interpret that as a push away, even though
Well,
you're
you
actually
might
holding
enjoy.
her.
You might, yeah.
You're actually holding her, so you know.
Go to Morning and Mountainous Molehills. Watch the first 20 minutes. Granted, my humor can be cringe. I love it, obviously, or I wouldn't do it. The first 20 minutes of that video, I think it's a 5-hour video, so don't watch the whole thing. Where I'm analyzing that chat that they just were looking at. I analyzed every moment of that, and that was a laugh riot. That ended with what you just saw, and I do a play-by-play of every moment, steel manning Ryan's claim that my wife finds me vile. And in fact, the latest community post that I put up has me steel manning Ryan's claim that my wife finds me vile as well. What he wants to do, and this is like what I want to do, and I'm like, I can't do it because my wife is one of the smart ones. She's not in this stupid community, right? And the minute she gets in the studio, and I almost like I hesitate to show a picture of her and stuff because it's like now she's a little bit in, and like she'd probably be upset, so maybe I'll delete that. Not that they wouldn't use it anyway, and they definitely will now that I said I deleted it, so I guess it's out there. But it's just so stupid. You know, the minute my wife would come into this community and say, Ryan, look into the camera and say, Ryan the Presbyterian, you're and then she'd probably say the word that rhymes with Hunt. And then he'd have a disability advocate who would say that he has a claim against her for criminal charge. Ryan thinks I'm going to prison for 30 years because I called him a Hunt. Rhymes with Hunt.
Just to say,
it's insane.
You wouldn't wish any harm on Ryan. Like you would hope things would work out for the guy.
It depends. Is he in front of me? Because I might want to punch him in the face. You can use that clip.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, so what's weird is, and what's a shame is, some people they actually want to screw your life up, and somehow, and then they call themselves Christian, which is very odd. I mean, I've never had an atheist pull that crap on me. I mean, sadly, it's been people who claim to be Christians.
Yeah, they're the worst.
You got to be kidding me.
That's why we jump on them. And it's been LPP. I don't know how long you've been in this community, but there've been a lot of these types that have come and gone. And the latest one is Smokey Saint and his Dr. Kenny pastoral support and all that insanity. So it's best that you're not in it and so I don't want to jump you in and get you involved. But that's what's going on.
I'm aware of a lot of stuff. I mean, I used to interact, but I have zero intention of engaging in any of the drama. I'm not gonna engage. It's not.
You're smart.
I'm
engaging. My hope. There's an intention. I actually feel led by God finally with this one, particularly with Smokey. If Smokey's not going to be the one to change, you know, my hope is that he would be. But if he's not the one, my hope is that Christian young men in particular who are attracted to this idea of alpha male, violent, caustic behavior, loving and wishing for healing and wishing blessings as soy boy, anti-Jesus stuff. And it is not, but that's what they think. I want to pull them away from that mentality. That's the hope. And that's the only reason. So, you know, it's the whole idea that Smokey believes that when he calls me, when he said that, and this is a direct quote, and it's filthy, but it's just what was said. He basically said something like my anus was gaped for Satan. And his excuse to say that it's not reviling, first, that he's attacking me spiritually, he says. And second, he justifies Paul, like in Acts 13, when Paul called a sorcerer the devil, or when Jesus flipped tables. And I submit that he's so far off And I think that the average reasonable person, whether or not you're Christian, can see it, especially someone I feel that has the Holy Spirit, is they're going to know, like, what? How could you you don't have that example anywhere in the Bible where it goes to that extreme. And he'll just go to like Ezekiel with horse offal or penis size. I forget
Well,
where. And it's like, dude,
but
then
the
say
little
that.
things, like calling women, I mean, from the very beginning, like just calling, when I first noticed it, calling women whores and sluts and bitches and on, that kind of crap. And then he started calling men that to somehow justify it and say, see it spiritual. And then he started calling guys faggots, but he doesn't call women faggots, in a spiritual sense. It's just very odd. I mean, this LPP, I'll ask you, if you don't mind, in real life, if you ever heard anybody talk to you that way, other than maybe a drunk in a bar or somebody psychotic or something?
No, other than I've not that there wasn't direct confrontation with.
Yeah, but I mean, right? That's kind of my point. It's like this is very very.
No, I mean, a lot of the stuff.
Really,
I operate from the position that there's a significant portion of things that are said online by many individuals that they would never say in real life because it would result in a direct violent confrontation. Like there's no way around it. And for me, part of the reason I refuse to engage with some of this stupidity online is I operate from the perspective that in the stage of life that I'm in, I will not, the only time I will be violent is if you threaten me or a friend or family member. Basically all the things, Rob, you'll appreciate this, from a self-defense and violence justification perspective. I won't act unless I'm in one of those scenarios. Right. Otherwise, I want to walk away, and it's not worthwhile to engage because
the reality is,
I don't want to jack up my. I refuse to get involved in something that would jack up my life for no without a good reason.
Right, but even if you wouldn't respond to it, kind of my point is, generally speaking, people wouldn't normally look in your face and say those kind of things. Say like,
oh no, I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000%. I agree with you.
They have to be drunk or nuts, or you just look at them and go, wow, man, you walk away or whatever. But I mean, in general, people know better.
Well, yeah, I mean, you better have gigantic C.O. Jones to say that kind of stuff to somebody's face. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, it's insane. And the only time that I've ever even, okay, so I went off. Whatever. We had disagreement on shut up and this and that and whatever. But I think in real life, maybe it goes different. I don't know. But when you come out to actually just calling people, I don't know, I guess, what would you call it? Just horrid, just totally unbelievable names. I just don't see that normally in life. It's really rare. Bar occasionally or something, but never in church. That's for sure.
It never happens.
I mean, I just don't see it.
Well, I mean,
never happens.
I don't. It's part of the reason. In my when I went off on Ryan the Presbyterian, I mean, for me, the things he was saying about me, it's like, dude, I literally said in the recording, I think he lives in Louisiana or whatever. I live in Tennessee. We're not that far away. If you want to come over and say that this crap to my face, let's do it, because you're sitting here the accusations are being made towards me. You wouldn't. It's unless you're willing to say that to my face, retract it now, because we ain't that far away.
You can be sure he wouldn't. There's no way.
I'm willing. I like to gamble, so it's I'm happy to drive down to Biloxi. I'll go to New Orleans. That's no problem. We can. There's casinos down there. I'll take a road trip for the weekend. We can have a face-to-face conversation. And it's if you're not going to be willing to back it up, then I'll put it this way. And you know this, Bruce, probably from seeing some of the end of my streams. I operate from the statement that the difference between confidence and arrogance is being willing to back up your BS. And that's how I operate life. And I don't think you're arrogant if you're willing to back it up. But you better be. Otherwise, you have no confidence. You better keep your freaking mouth shut about whatever it is. And I think a lot of people struggle with, because there's so much faux confidence and low self-esteem in the world. I think a lot of people just spew their mouths off because they think that nobody else would actually call them out, because the rest of the world must be as big a cowards as they are. and
right.
therefore they spew
Right.
all this stuff inside their shielded little bubble of YouTube or Twitter or whatever, but you would know full well that if you ever saw them face to face, they would run like little children. I mean, it's just reality.
I think Ryan would hobble away, but that's just me.
No, I
Um,
don't know about that.
what?
You know, no.
Oh my gosh, his disability advocate's going to be all over me for that.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Well, the one thing that blew my mind is when they were making fun of that. Well, you got to know the atheist knock, right? Nakasuchi or whatever.
The Raging Atheist.
Yeah. And I guess Smokey and Will and Ryan were making jokes about him being like losing his leg or something, joking about him being the one-legged Indian. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, that's just weird. Like, unbelievable to me. Yeah, they'll surely win him over that way, I guess.
Yeah, no. And then what did they do? Maybe you just said this. They prayed for his daughter or something right after. Like that's always fun. That's like the passive aggressive thing. Let's make fun of you and your leg and your problems.
He said it's worse. He prayed for the daughter, I guess, but then he had a prayer or something for Knock, but then he went on to just talk about that Knock would be better off dead for everybody else around him, his family and whatever. It's just bizarre, like whatever. I mean, like if they were yelling and fighting, I kind of like get where things can come out like that. Just dumb crap people. But just in the midst of like a prayer thing to say like why? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's sick. So anyway, you see LPP where Bruce was coming from, I think, is that he's coming from a place of being severely hurt and he kind of took it out on you a little bit. So I'm glad that we
it's just a constant
pull back.
Fight. Constantly. Yeah. OSAS versus can you lose your salvation? Back and forth, back and forth. I was in a hangout last night and they're going on about Smokey and how he's guilty and all this, and some atheist was going on about it. I'm like, well, where's the proof, dude? And he brought up stuff, and I said, well, show me. And he couldn't show me. And I was just like, this is insane. Like, and then he started accusing me of sticking up for Smokey and being a Christian because I was supporting Smokey. I'm like, why? Come on. But they wanted me to go full bore, everything against Smokey. I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
My biggest problem with a lot of this, again, that's why I go back to the whole aspect of refusal to engage with stupidity, is accusations have been made against me for my refusal to engage. That somehow I am justifying X, Y, and Z, very often things I'm not even aware of. And because I haven't wasted a bunch of time and done a stream, like castigating somebody for something that I wasn't even aware they were doing because I had a life outside of freaking YouTube,
right.
That therefore I must be endorsing whatever it is that they're doing. And it's like, if you want to follow that logic, then you need to be doing a 24/7, 365 live stream and just searching through videos, just calling people out in perpetuity, because there's always somebody doing something that you're unaware of unless you go and search for it and then engage in castigation, whether you have the full story or otherwise. And that's why I'm not even going to get involved in a lot of this crap, because I think it's a waste of time, usually.
The spirit in that, right?
What's that?
Sorry, I'm lagging. I just said the spirit in that. That's a satanic spirit.
What, mine for refusing to engage?
No. Sorry, I'm lagging. Hold on. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
Check.
You.
Yeah, the spirit, the spirit of challenging you and trying to bring you back into the mess. That's satanic, not your attitude. Sorry. My lagging. You see the lagging? Lagging is a problem here, isn't it?
No, you're good. I assume that's what you meant. But yeah, it's these days on YouTube, you got to get freaking clarification and everything just in case. The issue.
Yeah, no, but it's a satanic. Yeah, it's a satanic spirit that wants to bring you back into drama over silliness than to talk about Jesus or to try and help people see what you see, and or to express the hope you have in Jesus, like we're called to do. And it's interesting, really interesting stuff.
No, I would definitely agree with you on that. I think it's very interesting to me how, in line with what you're talking about, there seems to be a dramatic amount of projection in a lot of these issues that seem to be going on. Just from my baseline observation, it's like it seems to be many. I'm not addressing to any one individual. I just see it as a generality. Like, so many people make all these accusations, and then just like, if you do a basic analysis, it's like, hang on, the accusation towards the other person is what I have observed you doing. Like, you, insert person, have done X, but you're accusing the other person of having done what you did. And like, that is a very well-known, from a psychology perspective, that's a very well-known tactic of either narcissists, number one, but especially people with like narcissistic personality disorder. Like, they actually believe that their projection is true, and their own actions are what you did, and they actually believe it. It's truly amazing.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting things about Ryan is that what he's doing to Bruce is something that Ryan knows Thick Shades did to me. And it was at a time when A Mighty Wind was, I was getting some death threats from a few of those people. So it was a concern of mine at the time. When Thick Shades got upset with me, he posted a video that showed a map from my place of work, which is public, to my home, which is not. And it was very easy to discern where I live. And Ryan knows, and we've talked about that, like how terrible that was. And here's Ryan with that same heart. And so the very strange thing for me is to see, how this influence with Smokey and the influence of participating in drama with Ryan has made him the ultra hypocrite. It's really sad to see.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a shame, really. I mean, I don't know where he's, as far as his small community on YouTube, I don't know where he expects to turn.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a shame. I keep thinking, well, gosh, I'd help him if I could. I try, and then he keeps doing stuff like that, and I think, well, gosh, it gets definitely harder and harder to want to help the guy.
Yeah, and I don't say it. Sam and I we're working on it.
I was talking about Ryan, though.
Yeah, I know. I just the fact I mentioned it. I'm not, if in case Sam sees this, and he might be watching now. I don't say that to stir up anything, Sam. I'm just saying, and if it's not you, then fine. I don't mean to cast false accusations. You know why I think it's you, and we'll just leave it at that. And but nonetheless, I'm talking about Ryan and what he's actively doing right now. It's not an issue between Thick Shades and I right now. So that's over.
So I guess he's going to turn on Smokey and start doing the same crap probably again. I hope not. It's stupid.
No, you know what I think I always think there's some ulterior motive happening there.
Maybe.
Yeah, I could see Smokey actually planning it, because it's so out of the blue, strange, that to me it's like, oh, let's watch now. Once you start attacking me back, you'll see Rob and crew are going to be behind the scenes welcoming you back with open arms. That's how
I ain't in no hurry for that, man. But
I want nothing to do with Ryan. He's at least in his current state.
If he were drowning or something, I'd throw a cinder block in there or something for him to hang on to. No, I would try to help him.
So am I hearing you correctly that you think that it may be a attempted like double agent insertion action?
Well, I won't go that far. That's a little conspiracy minded, but I wouldn't. It's just so far afield. Like when it happened all of a sudden, I'm like, unless seriously, Ryan is as bipolar as it gets, which is of course a possibility.
Are you up on how this actually happened or why it happened, though?
I don't know. I don't know where it started.
What I think what happened was Praise was in this guy, the news units hangout, whatever, and he asked him some questions that Ryan told him, and it was pretty alarming. And the guy that he did this, and this, and the news unit guy says, "Well, I was never even in the service, And so basically, it was just a BS story that Ryan made up. If that's all, unless that was planned out, right? If that's what you're, I wondered myself, and then I guess that and it just got me wondering. I'm like, well, wait a minute. I mean, you accuse this guy of this and this, like more Ryan just making up crap, not out of character. It's not like we've never seen it before, and so anyhow, that appears to be what got him going.
All right, so there was something. So, but it just seemed to me it was just so strange.
But even that could have been,
he was simping. The phrase that
Red
Smokey
crop.
likes to use. Yeah, Ryan was simping for Smokey for the last 8 months or whatever, being his right hand man and doing stuff and attacking people for Smokey Saint and tagging him to say, "Hey, see, look, Smokey, look what I'm doing. Love me." And so that's why it was real hard for me to believe. But the fact that story's there, then I guess it wasn't made up. It just
I mean, but if you go around making up stuff about people or whatever, just
I just think in Smokey's case, LPPY said something like this. In Smokey's case, like when the few times I've had interaction with him, and if I get schooled, I will say I got schooled. And I try not to get myself into positions where I'm gonna get schooled. But I honestly believe that when we had interactions, I was just every point that I was making, he was trying to refute. I was just schooling him, and that wasn't my purpose. But it was just kind of like I didn't want to be right. I just wanted to show him, point a mirror at him, in a certain theological way. And the only way that Smokey can get me is on a misstatement. So I think his video alludes to a misstatement that I made in conversation. So he already got me on one. They got me on another one. I don't think this is, I'm hoping it's not, because then it's going to be a waste of time reviewing his video tomorrow. But they got me to say, Dr. Kenny, in the midst of being attacked by like 4 or 5 of them, he got me to say, because I thought we were on a certain page, we were talking about lust. He got me to say that I thought attraction was sinful. And when he rephrased it, I thought he was talking about what I was talking about, which was lust. So if you took a soundbite, he goes, "Are you saying, Rob, that attraction is the same as is a sin?" And I go, "Yes." And I saw that and I go, "Well, no, I don't think that." And I review that in that 5-hour video. That's a waste of time. But that's the more you say, they can get you to say something wrong. And I feel like I wouldn't put it past Smokey to try and create something to get me to say something with Ryan or to have a certain level of behavior so you can say, "See, Rob Reed's a hypocrite."
I have no idea what they're doing, actually.
It's weird. This is super weird.
Yep.
And I'm tired of the revival. There are a lot of people that have been hurt.
Well,
I find it. Yeah, go ahead.
The worst part is, look at all. No, I'm just going to say, look at all the fighting, like constantly. Like, and I don't know if LPP, if you've noticed this, but have you seen, like, in the last year or so, the arguments between, like, say, Young Earth and OSAS becoming more radical than what it was, let's just say, a year ago?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's gotten ridiculous. But that's another one of the drama sessions I refuse to engage in. I'm like, for me, from a Christian perspective, if something is not, in my opinion, if something is not salvific, I am not going to turn it into a vitriolic attack session. Like, I'm willing to have discussion and debate with you, but I'm not going to turn it into a, attack session and be questioning you and being more vitriolic towards you than an atheist would be. Just if it's a non-salvific issue, even if it is something salvific, I'm not necessarily going to just start attacking you left and right and even if I do call you out on something, I'm not going to do it in a just completely derogatory fashion. But most importantly for me, like, if anybody, YEC versus OEC, in my opinion, is not a salvific issue. So, and there's a high probability that there may be something in between the two that is actually correct. And right. I will hold to the reality that there's a very, very strong probability when I stand before God, no matter what conclusion I reach, I will probably be wrong in some aspect. from the eternal perspective. So
There's no doubt. There's got to be. It's. I'm sure that we're all wrong about something, and we have to leave that open. And so, the iron sharpening iron means something, and we don't sharpen each other if we don't challenge each other or have different thoughts, particularly in non-salvation issues.
And the sad part about it, it's almost to a point where, say you join somebody's channel, and let's say I guess it's a term I never even heard of, conditionalism. And let's say that I get talking with them and I agree, and then I realized, wow, like I feel a little uncomfortable talking about this, because what if my OSAS friends see this, and then I go back and talk with them, and then they feel like I turned on them. And I'm like, wow, this is a bummer. Like, it shouldn't. I don't remember that. Like, I know people have fought over this for years and years and years, of course, but never like it's been lately.
Yeah, I just look at the words of Jesus there, and then I trust what he says. That's all. I don't phrase it any other way. I just repeat what he says, and I'll draw a conclusion from it. If somebody has a different conclusion, that's fine. If they say Jesus is Lord, it's good enough for me. I'll assume they believe it in their heart.
Right.
But I can never know. But God does. All right. Well, I got to finish taxes. I was waiting for my wife to give me information that she gave me about an hour and a half ago. So,
well,
and
listen,
then I'm going to get down.
If your wife was smarter, she would have gotten it to you yesterday.
Well, if my wife was smarter, she certainly would not have married me. That's the point I was making. So maybe Ryan's right. I'm going to go tell, hey, hon, I called you stupid, and here's the proof. And here's the proof that you find me vile. He's responding.
Well,
I didn't even mention him in the post that I made on the community tab today, but it was directed at him. So it's good that I know that he's still watching me. Hi, Ryan.
I'm sure there'll be a high probability that my conversation with you, even though I haven't gotten into the attack session, I'm sure it will be extrapolated out that I am, I've spent 2 hours of conversation with Rob attacking Ryan. So we'll see what happens.
Sorry to say, LPP, Ryan has a team of disability advocates, and they're now beginning the preparation of the criminal complaint against you. And if you aren't aware of the criminal complaint and the status of it as it relates to me, then let me play this for you. In the loop there, so you're gonna.
So I got a good chuckle at that one. That was good.
As you did see that, that was a clip from one of his posts on his community tab. That soon you're going to need to lawyer up, and that was that November or the beginning of December, and needless to say, the criminal complaint is still on hold, and we are now, I think, day 80, somewhere around there. So. I'm still waiting for it with bated breath.
Well, I'm wondering if I'm going to go out on a limb and make the supposition that Ryan has never actually been engaged in any kind of like real litigation, or
no.
So doesn't really understand. Yeah.
Well, no, he thinks we've gone through this already, and I tried to correct him. He continues to make himself look like an idiot. I'm trying to help him. I keep telling him, Ryan, you can't file a criminal complaint. You can't. So I said, if you feel that I am harassing you and stalking you and everything that you say that I'm doing to you, get to the police ASAP, file a police report, and then they'll make a determination as to whether the fact that I called you a rhymes with Hunt is satisfactory enough to further it on over to the district attorney's office, and then the district attorney's office will make the decision as to whether they are going to then prosecute me on behalf of the people.
Rob, listen,
And,
man. There's a secret grand jury that's being conducted right now. You're just unaware, and because of bad weather, they've had to postpone their final determination on whether or not you're going to be indicted.
They're checking the spelling because I spelled it. I doubled down on it. I said it again. I paid Ryan a super chat on his thing, and I called him the rhymes with Hunt again, but I spelled it KHUNNT. And so I think the grand jury is stuck on whether, because I think I said that meant in Swahili, it meant like blessings. I can't remember what I said, something like that. So they're stuck. They're at an impasse. And that's why I haven't gotten the criminal complaint yet.
Well, just prepare. You never know when it might happen. And listen, in the era in which we live, there's probably a special services SWAT team, and they are preparing to come to a 4 a.m. Roger Stone type raid on you.
They're right here, right now. I think that they're on the roof of my building, and they're prepared to leap into the through my blinds to arrest me.
So, sidebar: did you know that the Department of Education has a SWAT team?
No, I didn't know that. Really?
Yes, they do, and so does the IRS has their own. And like there was a whole controversy that's like 8 years ago when it was very short lived. The media didn't cover it very often, but like the Department of Education had purchased. It was something ridiculous. It was like 300 million bullets.
My goodness.
And armored personnel, like multiple armored APCs and all that kind of stuff. And along with additional like weapons purchases for their freaking SWAT team. And it was like, what? Okay, how does the Department of Education, like, are you coming after people for like default on student loans? Like, what is this? You're arrested? Like, is you're gonna come do a raid on like college dorm rooms because they've smoked weed instead of going to class? Like, what's happening right now?
I can only guess that was maybe that was an overreaction to the school shootings or something. I don't know. Trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but even so, I could. Like, how would you justify that? Are you gonna are they dispersing said weaponry to schools that are gun-free zones? I mean, like, doesn't really make sense on that context. But of course, that would be expecting government to actually make sense in what things are doing these days. So
exactly, and don't hold your breath there. And maybe that's why Ryan's criminal complaint is coming any day now.
Are you saying that their misinterpretation of the actual law is going to result in them filing charges against you?
Yeah, they're going to find criminal liability in the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's going to happen.
Well, I think that, Bruce, I think that because you are a musician, I think that you need to be criminally indicted for not playing therapy music on demand and helping.
It's discrimination. It's discrimination against the disabled for not playing in a disabled's home or in a clinic.
How does that make you feel, Bruce? Do you feel that you've been criminally active?
He's about to play.
No, all I want to play is like death metal and stuff,
People gathered in their masses. Come on. Sorry, that was probably too loud. Thank God no one's in the office.
I don't remember how it goes. I don't know that song that well.
Yeah, you do.
Part.
I thought you played that before.
Yeah, but it's only because I'm not even allowed to say that. That I showed somebody how to play it, and then I forgot it.
There's Ed Dana. Hi, Ed. I didn't get to say hi. We got rain and snow right now. I'll just say in Los Angeles, it was it was a balmy 70 degrees when I got to work. It was tough.
You don't remember Paranoid?
Oh yeah, I mean I love all that stuff, man. That was my whole 11-year-old experience. I discovered Black Sabbath, and I was in music heaven.
Yeah, it's that, but that's what you. Well, at least even if you sang Christian lyrics to it, you'd still not playing them stuff that they could relax to. And
they have a pretty good Christian song. Remember, I said like Ozzy wrote one, and I think Black. Were you the one that told me that?
No, I've heard stuff like that. Well, I know that Black Sabbath. At times, I would read certain lyrics, and you're like, "Wow, is that a warning, or are they just sick or evil, or what?" It's weird sometimes.
No, it's called After Forever. I wish it would tell me what year, because I think it's a really early song. And it starts with, have you ever thought about your soul? Can it be saved? Or perhaps you think that when you're dead, you just stay in your grave. Is God just a thought within your head, or is he a part of you? And is Christ just a name that you read in a book when you were in school? That's the first verse. And then the last verse is, perhaps you'll think before you say that God is dead and gone. Open your eyes, just realize that he's the only one who can save you now from all this sin and hate. Or will you still jeer at all you hear? Yes, I think it's too late.
What in the world? What's the name of that song?
It's called After Forever.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah. He's just struggling with it. I mean, look, it's the battle with the flesh and the spirit, and all these guys were raised in the Anglican Church. All those guys in Black Sabbath, I'm sure. And it's when you're a youngin', you want to battle against it. I mean, that's why I'm thank God for his grace and mercy that he dropped the scales from my eyes at almost 37 years old. But when I was 21, my roommate joined Campus Crusade for Christ, and I just spent all the time making fun of him for it.
Oh, I remember that place.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I was able to make fun of him for it, though, because the only reason he joined was because of a girl. But still,
what was that Campus Crusade for Christ? Was it like a bunch of different colleges, or what was it?
It was sponsored by some well-known pastor. I forget, like Focus on the Family might be those guys.
Like Dobson?
It might be him. It might be him. And they created a Campus Crusade for Christ in like the 70s, and it became a thing.
Was the guy that wrote a bunch of books and stuff? I'm thinking, I'm trying to think what his name was. I used to know it. Boy, oh boy. His son started doing things too in the ministry. I'm trying to think. He worked with this guy, Don Stewart, at times. Josh McDowell. It wasn't Josh McDowell, was it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, definitely isn't Josh's kid, or is Josh No, Josh is the guy. He's the dad. The New Evidence That Demands a Verdict. He wrote that one. I have that right in my. It's in my bookshelf right here.
Yeah, 1 and 2 or something. Then they condensed it or something, put it together.
But I watch his. Yeah, I subscribe. His son has a great YouTube channel here. I don't know if you've seen it. I forget. Is it Sean McDowell? I think.
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, he has a lot of interaction with atheists, and it's good. He's very fair. I like what he does. It's good work. He wants he's like starting a community of listening as opposed to lecturing. It's a good way, I think, to evangelize in the modern world right now.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think one of the biggest issues I've observed in my I've been, by the way, earlier you asked, you kind of mentioned how long I've been around. I've been doing YouTube for about 2 years now, and so I
Okay.
know I'm a relative newbie. Basically when COVID hit, I started goofing off on YouTube, but I have noticed that there, and this applies to both sides, both on the atheist and the theist side, there is a dramatic amount of over talking and just ongoing interruption. Now, very often it's justified because the other person is refusing to actually answer a question, and that's what drives me up the wall. It's like, even if you disagree, answer the freaking question. Don't dodge or answer a question. The whole answer question with a question thing is so obnoxious, and it's like there's no real like discourse and actual dialogue. And the whole point you made about Sean McDowell, like the listening on both sides going on to actually determine and what is somebody's position and what is the justification for said position.
Yeah, and the truth is, because the reason for that, I think, is that most people, and I'm talking like the Christian side, they haven't really spent a lot of time studying the ins and outs of the religion, and so they end up in a very awkward position when the atheist knows more about the Bible than they do. And the only thing that such a person can do in frustration is then to get mad, and then or ad hominem somebody, call them a name instead of attacking their argument or the things that they're saying. To say, well, they're a moron, or Psalm 41 or whatever it is. You're a fool because the Bible says only the fool in his heart says there's no God, and then you don't have a dialogue at all, and you're just fighting.
Right.
And
no, you're very right on that. I think the other aspect of it too is and this applies on both sides of the equation, but when you actually get into more sophisticated arguments, it's really astonishing to me how often the ad homs get tossed when you've actually presented an argument with evidence or to support your case, and then the other person is insisting that you never made a case, and at that point it's like, so what the heck do you think I've been doing for the last 15 minutes? Like, supporting my position, all these different things. Like, are you an idiot? At that point, it's like, are you an idiot? Because I don't know how or are you being purposely reticent to actually answer the questions and acting like you don't, like what I said didn't make any sense because you don't have an answer for it.
Yeah, well,
And
that's what Smokey
kind of
Saint
reversed.
did with me, because I went in basically to defend my my brother Andy. He's one of the guys that comes around these circles. I don't agree with him on a lot theologically, but he confesses Jesus as Lord, and he's one of the easy targets because he's a nice guy of the Smokey Saint character group. And so I came in to kind of try and alter the subject a little bit, to basically say that the measure upon which Smokey uses to point the fingers at other people and say they're heretics or that they don't inherit the kingdom of God, that measure can be used against him. And then the smoke screen that he used there was he said, I'll entertain you, but you have to present it in a precise syllogism, he says. Right. So he wanted me to create a precise syllogism. So I was playing around with him there a little bit, waiting to, and then he demanded the syllogism. I started to give it to him, and it was such a basic syllogism that did point a mirror at him, and I was making a good point, and he could see it, that he kept putting me backstage and then just calling me names. And it was just ad hom central. And I never got a chance to finish my syllogism. And where that one ended, and that was so funny. That's why Smokey's such a fraud. Is he said that I couldn't define a word in the Bible. It was inappropriate for me to define an English word in the Bible, like a translation, and use an English dictionary. I had to only contextually interpret what reviler means by not looking at an English dictionary, but only situations where Jesus may be considered to have reviled, or Paul. So it was more like anecdotal versus precise. I think it's very clear that when there's a Greek word, it starts with L, and it's in 1 Corinthians 6, and it's that list of those who won't inherit the kingdom of God. And we have the effeminate there, and that's who they like to attack. They like to attack homosexuals or people they think are effeminate. And I go, well, revilers is in that list. Define revilers. I said, well, if we're going to define it, it's an English word. It's helpful to use the dictionary. So someone who speaks contemptuously or abusively towards another person, and he didn't like that. So I said, well, tell me where to go for a definition, or give me your definition. And all he did was he went to Acts 13 to show me that Paul called a sorcerer a devil once. And so therefore he can call me a fat faggot. That was fun. But why I brought that up was it's exactly your point, is it was nothing but ad hom.
Well,
There was no substance.
You're in big trouble now, Rob.
I guess so.
Well, because I saw there is a hangout. Where did I just see that? The Raging Atheist is having a hangout, and it is called Rob Reed Doesn't Like Christians That Act Like Christians, Smokey versus Rob Reed. I may have
You're
read
kidding.
that wrong. No,
You're
no,
kidding.
no. It does say, no, and honestly, it says this.
No, this is actually
Smokey doesn't like
right now.
Christians that act like Christians. Yeah.
Oh,
Smokey
but
versus
he
Rob
doesn't
Reed.
call me out, does he? Is my name there?
Well,
No,
at least in the title.
The title is literally Smokey Doesn't Like Christians That Act Like Christians. Smokey versus Rob Reed.
Does it really? It does mention my name?
Yeah, it does really.
Oh wow!
I'm
I'm on the radar now. Oh, sweet.
Hang on. I'm sharing
There's the
screen
link
real quick.
in the private chat.
I'm just pull my screen up real quick.
All right, I'm lagging, so bear with me. I'm popping.
There it is. There it is. On full display. Happening live right
wow!
now. Let's zoom into the name. There it is. Well, it's the end of the world.
Here come the subs.
Oh man,
That's funny.
This is the stuff I'm talking about in terms of just the ridiculous amount of drama on all sides. So what did I say 10 minutes ago? That the atheists love to use this kind of drama to their own end to justify their position. And lo and behold, proof positive of what I just said.
Well, I mean, look, if I can be a voice like Sean McDowell is to Sean McDowell, there's a really big atheist that he and I can't remember who it is. I don't follow most
genetically modified
skeptic. Yes, so you've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, Drew, genetically modified skeptic is the guy's YouTube name.
So they've had very good dialogues. I've enjoyed watching a few of those. I think they did 2 or 3 videos, and I watched at least one, maybe a little bit of the other, and I thought it was the way that you want a dialogue. Like, in other words, it wasn't an attempt to win anything. It was just a conversation, and and it's all ego. If you come on YouTube, you have to have some ego to get on these things, especially putting out any opinion that you have. I was very, even as an attorney, when I first came on here, I'd been practicing for probably like 10 years when I first came on. I was been in a courtroom, but YouTube was far more menacing an idea for me to present myself, because mainly because I wanted to talk about God, and I knew that made me easy target. But I had to develop the boldness to just talk and not care, because it used to also be that this community was so hypersensitive, which made it very difficult. Because I tend to have a pretty raunchy kind of humor that a lot of people can't handle, particularly like the more Puritan among us, which is fine, and they write. The Bible's
I hear from them on a regular basis. I get
the Bible's pretty clear on it, but it's hard to take all the baggage away from a 37-year-old who comes to faith. And needless to say, a lot of that stuff still makes me laugh. So you've heard some of my references here that would probably alienate a lot of people. And what we're going to be doing tomorrow is definitely going to alienate some people, because there's some very nasty words that are going to be presented, because those are words that have come out of the mouth of the target, the video that we're going to be reviewing. But it used to be I'd come on here and go, like, I'd have to double, it's totally Jordan Peterson everything, which is like double and triple and quadruple think what you're about to say and measure it against what the worst case scenario. So it'd be like I was like sweet as pie, and I never would say a bad word or even give an inkling of it. And there's a lack of honesty when you do that. And I think the best dialogue is the kind of dialogue, especially with atheists too, where we're prepared to say, I don't know about the tough questions. Why does God allow evil? And, all these things. We can speculate all we want, but we're never, those are questions, as a lawyer, it'd be like, don't ask me, ask the witness. Why does God allow evil? That's a question for God, not me. I can present you an idea that's acceptable for me, and why that's not a hurdle for me in my faith walk, and why I believe, notwithstanding that. But I would be lying if I said it didn't bother me. And that's the thing that's so annoying too, is like, and I know for Bruce, that the Christians that seem so overjoyed, like, oh, I'm joyful at God's great justice. The people are going to be roasting in hell, including my mother, who I love very much, and she raised me so well, but darn, she didn't know Jesus, so she's roasting, and yay, it's like, no, you're not being honest. You're not being honest if you take that tactic. And so,
yeah, I would agree with you 100% on that. And I'll tell you what I found very fascinating about the problem of evil, the divine hiddenness, talking points and such, is, to me, this is my observation. I think that a primary reason that so many atheists primarily have a hard time with the problem of evil is their strict materialist worldview prevents them from truly analyzing things from an eternal frame of reference. Mm-hmm. And therefore the quote unquote evil is exacerbated exponentially from their point of view. And it's like, and the analogy I use all the time is, if from the eternal perspective, we're still in infancy in terms of our existence, then the same way when we were children, when you fell off the bike and you scraped your knee for the first time, it was the worst thing that ever happened to you, because you had no other frame of reference, right? And then when you went to middle school and you had your heart broken from your first crush, it was the worst thing ever. You cried. It was horrible. You felt like you would punch in the gut, that kind of thing, right? You keep going as you get older and older. By the time you're in your 20s, you look back to how much you freaked out when you fell off the bike the first time, and you chuckle, right? When you get married to your true love, have a family, that kind of stuff, you look back and you chuckle at how heartbroken you were over your 7th grade crush, right? And because you now have context, right, and frame of reference, and time has passed, right? So to me, if you observe your very, very, very finite, short-lived existence in space and time, in this plane of existence, as your only existence, then everything that happens to you, you're going to be observing from the perspective of when you fell off your bike for the first time, as the worst thing ever, right? However, if you're looking at it from hey, this is like my learning stage, it's infancy, and I have an eternal existence ahead of me, then there's even though what I'm going through, I recognize is hard, and because I've never gone through it before, it's going to seem difficult and bad and all those kind of things. And why am I going through this? I don't understand, all that kind of stuff. Of course, you're still going to deal with trauma, with stress and drama and all that kind of stuff, right? However, you know that this is like a finite temporal period in which you're going through all this stuff, which will ultimately be removed. Like the barriers will be removed from the equation in the not too distant future, right? And I speak from somebody like, might use short version of myself, or I'll shut up here. Like 8 years ago, I was running a multimillion-dollar company that I built, and I had a massive brain hemorrhage. And I went from sitting in my office with a billionaire to in an ambulance and having emergency brain surgery, right? And didn't know if I would survive. Who knows if I'd, come out of vegetable, all that kind of stuff, right? And So for me, and when I was in recovery and all that kind of stuff, and really for the last 8 years, the things that my life changed dramatically. I shifted my perspective, my focus, all this kind of stuff. But ultimately, when I look back on that crazy time in my life, from the outsider's perspective, what I went through sucked. And I had all this stuff that happened to me. Anyway, very long story short, from the outsider perspective, why would that ever happen? Right? From my perspective, looking back on it now, I wouldn't go back and change what I went through, because I wouldn't be who I am now. And the path that I was on at that time would have led me down a dark road, even though from the materialistic perspective, I was doing great.
Sure.
I would never have shifted my focus onto things that have eternal consequence and substance, right? And my appreciation for my own existence is exponentially grown as a result of all this stuff. So anyway, my long-winded diatribe aside, the person who thinks there's nothing but this frame of reference in this short period of life, the atheist, is going to think, why would you possibly be okay with what you went through? It's like, well, you have to look at it from an internal perspective. And,
yeah, but it's still hard. For me, that's not totally satisfactory with some things. Obviously, with you, it's strengthening your faith. That's good, and I'm glad you're here to talk about it. So that's a great testimony. But like where they go and where I would go too, because thank God hasn't tested me in this way, is like, the death of a young child or something like that, which is very, very hard to rationalize. I have a friend, who just lost in the past year his 4-year-old girl to cancer. I don't even know if she was that old. And it's very hard to kind of like rationalize going, well, there's something better. So what I do is I'm very, very basic about it, is the worldview. There's two worldviews that we'll just say from a theist perspective and atheist perspective, and one holds great promise and hope, and the other one just holds sadness and no hope. And I much prefer, and sadly, I think that people in their egos, particularly in the atheist side, it has such a strong pull, their desire to have all the answers and their desire to just think all that we know we just can see and feel and touch, and that they lose out on the they like to say it's like a drug, or it's like the invisible sky daddy that gives me comfort and I feel good. That's not why I believe, but it's just if I look at it and I step back from a secular perspective at what worldview makes life better. It's a worldview that says that, notwithstanding the pain and the trauma and the terrible things that we can exist in this existence, and with a theist Christian philosophy, we have this great hope that there is meaning to that pain, and that, as who is it? There's the philosopher that just says like all is hopeless, or Nietzsche has said something related to that, like that nothing has any meaning, or just nothing. That's hopeless, man. And that kind of, I think Nietzsche died of like sad man, just pained and whatever else. If you hold to that as your belief in the meaning of life, that there is none, I just think it's a very, very sad existence. And it is possible to keep your head in the sand. Before I thought about God and Jesus in too much depth, I was perfectly fine. I never really gave it a second thought. I always believed in God. So there was, and if trouble came to me, I would pray. Of course, only when trouble came to me, and certainly not when good things happened, which I think Christian life has taught me to do as well. So I just keep it at that level, because it's very hard to try and explain that there is meaning and purpose in the death of your 3-year-old from painful cancer. And I can see why that wouldn't be satisfactory for somebody, and maybe even perhaps offensive. And that's the last thing that we want to do, and to have a reasonable discussion.
No, I would agree. I get what you're saying in the context of the parent dealing with trauma. I have an 11-year-old daughter. It would be,
I go to the worst place. I go to the place that would be the worst for me. So God, don't get any ideas, please.
Yeah, but at the same time, this goes back to my point of in regards to the world, and you kind of alluded to this in terms of the worldview, right? So yes, it might be very difficult to understand why your child went through this painful experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but the atheist usually uses that to discount the existence of God. Like God
Right.
can exist because this happened, right? And I go back to the point that I was making earlier about the context of the trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, from our current frame of reference, it seems extraordinarily traumatic, right? But you also have to consider it from, or at least attempt to consider it from the perspective of God, right? So from God's perspective, the child is actually going to be getting instead of having to go through a hard life, the child is going to be going on to the next stage of existence, which is exponentially better than this one.
I totally agree with you. Yeah, we're on the same page. Just when talking with somebody who doesn't have that hope, it's not gonna be helpful, at least in my opinion, like to compare the death of their 3-year-old, the cancer, to the skinned knee of the 3-year-old. It's like contextually they're not going to make that connection and even think that's a reasonable connection, even though I understand where you're coming from, because I have that long-term view.
Absolutely, I agree with you. In the especially in the initial stage, like obviously having that conversation, hey, to your friend, like, oh, I know your daughter just died, but it's really not that big.
I would never. I would never say. I would never say, oh, there's a deeper meaning to this. We have, I would leave it to we have particularly if it's a Christian brother or sister. I would say, like, oh, let's just rely on the great hope that we have, that we'll see this loved one again. And I leave it. There's no, what else can you possibly say? Not go, this is just like a skin knee that we had. And it's contextually, we just think, there's a bigger picture here. While true, I just think, my pastor has this great phrase, and I always go back to it, and it's so good and it's so simple. It's like, is it more important to be right, or is it more important to be helpful? And sometimes, the truth is always the truth, but sometimes it may not be the most helpful thing in a certain situation. As we saw even with, Andy is one of the people in this particular community, and he considers himself a universalist. And I'm not a universalist, but one of the reasons that he is because, his dad, he's not sure that his dad, who he loved very much when he passed, knew Jesus. And so those are tough things. But one pastor with him and knocked Andy out of the faith for a while was the idea, did your dad know Jesus? I don't know. He's in hell. It's like, well, could it be the truth? Yeah. Depending on what definitions of hell, various versions of that. But, if you don't know Jesus, then you don't have that singular guarantee that a Christian believes that gets you right with God, such that you can have eternal relationship with him. But it's not helpful to tell some. I mean, that's just like one of the most hurtful things that you can say. As if you were to say that about, somebody's teenage son, somebody of age who was past the age of majority, or let's say a young adult who gets in a horrific accident, or is, as another one of my friends, but her son knew Jesus. But I have a friend whose son was, I think, in his mid-20s, and just randomly by a homeless guy in the streets of Seattle, he was stabbed to death. Just because I think the homeless guy needed a few bucks to buy a bottle of night train. So it's, and you can't explain that if she wasn't, she's a great witness. She's written a book. It's called Face My Fears in Portland. I have not read it yet. She's a great example, because she's somebody that attended the trial for the people that murdered her son, and she was able to forgive, and all. Incredible witness. But man, she's certainly a lot better than I would have been. I probably would end up in the courthouse with a weapon and would have tried to kill the person that did that to my kid. But so be it. Again, Lord, don't get any ideas. Thank you.
I agree with everything you're saying there. It'd be very, very difficult for sure. One of the things that's been striking me a lot over the last couple of years is, long story short, I've read a ton of not just like the stories, but the actual research on like near-death experiences and out-of-body experiences, and the just sheer amount of the volume of the data, right, is getting rather astronomical at this point. And the corollaries between the experiences and such really put a much broader perspective on existence, at least for me anyway. And how the frame of reference changes so quickly, right? And that the people that are going through these experiences, and the vast majority of them, are derived from horrible, from our perspective, right? Something horrible had to happen to that individual, but from that individual's perspective, they had a unmatched experience, right? The outcome for them was actually fantastic, even though from the physical perspective, our perspective, it was like horrific, right? Oh, they died, right? Or they had this massive injury in a car wreck and they drowned, they were pinned underwater, like all these things that from our perspective is like just horrific. Like, why would you ever want to go see that? From their perspective, no. I had the most incredible experience that it was so amazing. I can't even describe it to you accurately.
You did with the brain hemorrhage? You had a
No,
near-death experience?
No, I did not, but
Okay.
I'm talking about the just incredible amount of research that's gone into this over the last like 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean like anecdotal. I mean, there's anecdotes that are being documented, but I mean like PhDs are going around the world like documenting this stuff out the wazoo. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of these, right? And one of the trend lines, this doesn't apply to absolutely every single one, but the vast majority of the individuals who have these experiences talk about how the things that they were, what they experienced in these contexts, like, oh yeah, my legs were shattered and I was in a car wreck and I freaking left my body and I was in another plane of existence, and the things I was experiencing I can't even actually accurately describe to you because there was all these different dimensional aspects of it and colors and things that don't exist in our current state of existence, right? And so my point is, this goes back to the whole like, why would God allow some of these negative things to happen, right? And what's interesting to me is from the vast majority of these individuals who've gone through things that we would consider these horrific experiences in terms of like the injuries or, being in car wrecks, all that kind of stuff, right? From the external observer perspective, it's horrible. But from the person who actually went through it, it was something incredible that changed their entire life and made them no longer fear death and have an entirely different perspective on the negative and realize that there's a whole other plane of existence, which is exponentially better than this one. And very often those people, one of the things they talk about is how coming back to this plane was actually a negative versus a positive, which is why I say in the context of and again, I say you like smash over the person who lost their kid over the head with this point. But my point is that in terms of like the problem of evil and such, is if in reality the little kid is actually going on to an exponentially better stage of existence, then you are actually the one now from their frame of reference. You're the one that's actually still stuck in a negative experience from their perspective, right? It's the direct reciprocal. But because our current, the mortal frame of reference, this is all we know. We don't have any other perspective right now. But that individual would. And if they're actually in a better place, they might be looking back at us and be like, oh man, it sucks that my parents are still here. They're still here. I mean, versus with
I get that. Yeah. But I think for somebody that believes that, it's certainly a lot of comfort in that. For the person who doesn't, it's like, how could you say that? That didn't help me in my grief at all because I don't believe in that other plane of existence. And that's why I say it's sad to have that worldview because there's no hope in that worldview.
No, 100%. And that's why, I don't know, 30 minutes ago, I made the point of why the strict materialist worldview that is held by the vast majority of atheists is preventing them from even considering the things that we're talking about now. And it's sad that the materialistic brainwashing that's been so adamantly forced down people's throats for the last 150 years is now culminating with a gigantic percentage of people not being able to deal with all sorts of things. Some really bad, some minor, but things are becoming dramatically expanded from their perspective. Like what is actually a molehill becomes a mountain. for them because they're contained in this finite bubble of worldview. That's what I think.
We're on the same page. It's been a nice chat with you. I don't know if I think we might have talked once or twice. Maybe not. Maybe I've just seen you in something, but it was a good conversation.
Absolutely. I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah, I would have left early. Except for Bruce. Bruce, you're an ass. I'm just kidding, Bruce.
Okay. Yep.
See, look,
Anyhow,
he's mad at me. Daytime.
No. I apologize for getting worked. Whatever. Jeez. Sorry for getting worked out.
No, it's all right.
Truce.
No. Okay. No, we can't have that.
Debutante.
Gotta carry on. Debutante. Yeah, I know.
I know debutante.
Yeah.
I've seen that word.
Isn't that what Ryan?
Funny stuff.
Isn't
funny stuff?
Good
night.
Isn't
Take
that
care,
Ryan?
All right, Bruce.
Isn't
Take care.
Ryan...
What's that?
Bruce, I said, isn't Ryan a debutante?
It sure seems like it. And that clip, by the way, it makes me look like a filthy guy. Look, I didn't put up that picture. That picture was put up by Praise, I guess, because they kind of felt like, in my conversation about lust, that I was somehow a Puritan. So I just commented on the picture, and then that's when I went to like the that I go, well, yeah, she's an attractive girl, and I was talking about particular stuff that I knew would get a laugh. I was just trying to be funny, and I was continuing, and I was glad, because if you listen to that, it would have sounded like we were a bunch of friends, but all four of those guys I was talking with were attacking me, and so it was a little segment. And the little aside there, which is pretty funny, you saw the picture that was posted up there of that blonde pastor.
When the Trump period.
Pastor Dr. Kenny Rhodes came in, and he said, we need to stop this right now. This is just not for the sisters in the chat. They need to be protected. And I said, yeah, I'm sorry, Pastor Kenny, that I put that picture up and causing people to stumble. Obviously, I didn't put the picture up. It wasn't my chat. I had no control of the StreamYard. I said, you're going to have to boot me. Yeah, just boot me. And then they booted me. So I was the guy who was causing the sisters to stumble based on Praise putting up that picture. I guess just because I was commenting on it. Pretty funny. I mean, that's what they were asking for.
Well,
so I gave them what they asked for.
Well, it is. I mean, after all, lusting in your heart is the same as it's the same as the actual sin. So
believe me.
Objectification. I mean,
you might enjoy, if you have 5 hours to spare, you would enjoy because that was the whole conversation where I was making that point, and I was trying to tell them, look, you're really good at pointing the fingers to homosexuals, because I'm presuming none of you have that issue, as I don't. It's like I say, if God said the only sin was eating liver, I'd be the most sinless, perfect person in the world, because I'd have no problem never touching the stuff, right? Sadly, there's a lot more in the equation than just liver. And I tried because there are a bunch of, for lack of a better term, incels, involuntary celibate young men who may be too afraid to talk to women in their real lives and have a lot of anger towards women. And so I suspect that particular type is probably someone, for instance, who might have a problem with, internet pornography and lusting and all of those things. So I thought, let's talk about that. And that apparently was very controversial. The idea that lusting in your heart was equal to adultery. And the Reverend Pastor, Doctor, 3 doctors, Kenny Rhodes, had to butt in and say that there was a difference between attraction and non-attraction, as if that had any relevance to the talk about adultery and lust. Of course, it did not, because I was never making a claim that being attracted to a woman was sin. And I tried to explain that. I said, for instance, I even said, I find Brad Pitt very attractive. Don't want to have sex with him, but I can look at the man and say, I can see why girls like him. Very good looking man. That's not sinful that I identify him as attractive. They still didn't get the point, and it just turned into some absolute ridiculousness, calling me various different names, and ending up with the Reverend Doctor, three doctors, Pastor Kenny, suggesting that my parents bribed the state bar, which is why I'm able to practice law in the state of California.
Well,
It's pretty
I
fun.
I would argue that while we are still in the flesh, there are going to be physical actions that are not necessarily, like, the initial action is not necessarily under our conscious control, but then the ability to consciously control said lust, for example, is the point, right? We have the free will to control those actions. That if
I think
we
that's what,
didn't
and
have
they
minds,
were, yeah, they were focusing on that, which I maybe I should have, if they explained it as easily as that, I would have been yes, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not, and it also doesn't take away
no, no,
that the
no,
first.
I followed your. No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying it also doesn't take away the sinfulness of it, and the example that I used in, not with them because they didn't give me a chance really, but like if I'm a married man, you may not know that. If I um meet a woman, let's say that there's a female paralegal that works in the office, and we're working late together, and then all of a sudden, one thing leads to another, and partial coitus is achieved, but in the middle I go, oh wait, no, I can't do this. That doesn't take away the fact that the partial coitus was achieved and I committed a sin. The fact that
Right.
I was able to be pulled away from it is a great thing, but it doesn't take away the fact that that was sin. In the same way that if I see a beautiful woman come into the room and my thought is I want to have sex with her, and I'm envisioning that, that is the sin. It is the Holy Spirit that can pull me away from that, but it doesn't take away from the fact that that is a sin. And that was my
Oh yeah,
point.
no, I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree with you. I would agree with that 100%. I mean,
Yeah, because their
it's
argument
the
was like you can't
yeah.
live in continual sin and and be saved. And I'm like, well, and the point was homosexuality. And you most people agree with them. And in fact, if you talk to the less honest Rob Reed that I talked to you about when I first started on YouTube, I would have been like, oh yeah, all homosexuals that continue to practice it, they can't, but the issue I was explaining to them is I go, well, I could be wrong, and that could very well be true, but the hesitancy I have to immediately doom somebody, not knowing what their heart is, no matter what sin they're in continually. God didn't say, believe on me in your heart truly, and then be washed, don't sin, and then you're okay. And because of that, because I have sins of my own that uh, rear themselves up on occasion, that we're all doomed, I think. And then, the idea of, what Jesus said that I just talked about in John 10 is, that he's the gate, and that if you enter through that gate, you will be saved. And then he says, um, all those who have done so, and this is a paraphrase, I will never let go of them. They can never be snatched away from me. Those are words from the master himself, and so we have to kind of take him at his word, I think. And I would certainly never tell anyone rest in your sin and enjoy it. I do exactly as Jesus said again too, is go and sin no more. But I also don't want to tell somebody if they're, I'm especially concerned with young boys in particular, teenagers and whatever else, but it extends to your 50s. I can tell you that. I still I like the female form even still. That someone who believes in Christ and believes on him and loves Jesus and tries to strive for holiness, but occasionally falls off, that they would be worried about their salvation. That makes me feel so sad. And that's kind of like my ultimate point with them, but they didn't like that because they wanted me just to focus on the sins that we didn't have. And it's very easy to do that and just reserve our grace for those sins that we do. That was pretty much the whole thing.
No, I would definitely agree with what you just said there, and I think one of the biggest issues I've gone on tangents with praise about this before, but there seems to be a inability to differentiate between like the concept of free grace versus hyper grace, and that you can do whatever the heck you want to do. There's no ramifications. You basically can't sin anymore, all that kind of stuff. And by not that. What you're doing is basically the crazy hyper gracers go on that whole tangent of like, if you're saved, it doesn't matter what you do, you can't commit a sin.
Yeah, I have difficulty with that.
I do too. I mean, that's like, I'm like, I in no way, shape, form, or fashion suggest that. And moreover, for me, I operate from the perspective that if I am engaging in ongoing sin, to the point you're making, there's an extraordinarily high probability that God will remove me early from the equation. And I speak again from personal experience of, I had made God a promise my freshman year in college that for a decade I was going to go out, make a bunch of money, have sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and in 10 years I would return from being a prodigal son. And it was almost 10 years to the day when I found myself in ICU, being told I should be dead, yet I lived.
Oh, wow.
And it was made very clear to me by God while I laid in ICU that my promise had been called due. However, I was being given a second chance to get my life right and basically honor the promise that I'd made. So this goes back to the chastisement of the sons, right? It's clearly delineated in Scripture that if you are his son, he will chastise you. If you're a bastard, you will not. And bastards, not sons, right? And so my point is that if I would wager, if I had not corrected myself and had gone back to the debauchery I was living in, I would not be surprised if God, by now, almost 10 years later, if I was still engaged in all that activity I was before, I probably would be removed. I might no longer walk this earth, because it was made very clear to me in that moment that I should be dead right then, and yet I was not.
Well, I'm glad you had that moment then, and that's good.
But my tangent there was in relation to the point you were making of the differentiation between like the accusations and such. It's like, it's not that we can't sin. It's that we're supposed to like recognize that we were sinning and turn from our ways. And even though we're going to fail, recognize that you're going to be failures and get up and try to be more like Christ as every day goes by.
Yeah. And not embrace it. And that's my point with it's not up to us when someone else has fallen into something like that, except if we have them in leadership positions of the church, or if the church is totally accepting of, let's say, like in 1 Corinthians 5, I totally get that, where we can judge within the church. But my concern is with, wanting to work on people who already profess their love for God and wanting to leave them in God's care, because it's nothing I can do to correct someone's behavior, to get them to do it. It's all in God's hands. And so I leave it there, and I trust him that he'll do what he needs to do in order to effectuate his will, which is that all people will be saved, and or those for whom heaven will not be hell will be there, kind of thing. So hi, Ed. Welcome, Ed.
Hey,
How
Rob. Hey,
How's it going?
you were right. You were right. Black Sabbath did write Christmas songs. Check it out. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. 'Tis the season to be jolly.
Jolly.
Now we don our gay apparel. Troll the ancient Yuletide carol. Oh, Lord, yeah. So I just, you brought that up, and
Ed, all right, Ed. Ed, you are invited to Lifehouse Church in Northridge, California next Christmas Eve.
Next Christmas to do the Black Sabbath show.
And you show up, and no, just that song. That will be the special offering song, and we'll play that with my full band. You come in. That is perfect. That's perfection. I loved it.
Will I have a place to stay?
Sure.
I got to bring my wife.
All right, we'll figure it out.
You know, I got a question. How long does it take to drive from LA to San Diego?
2.5 hours.
Well, that ain't bad.
No.
My
have relatives there?
Linda's son lives in San Diego.
Oh, I think you told me. Well, we could always meet halfway. I like I have some friends in like San Clemente and Dana Point.
No, we'll come do the Christmas show. We'll come do the Christmas show and spend the night, and then we'll just drive down to San Diego.
Let's see if we can set it up. That sounds like fun. I think because I have so the president of the church wants me to do Van Morrison. There's like some Van Morrison Christian related stuff, and I think they might get a little weird, but I think it'd be fun. We'd all have a big smile if we did a Black Sabbath cover with Christmas lyrics, and those lyrics were perfection. So just keep working on that. Finish the whole thing, and I swear we're gonna do it, and it will be taped. We have we have a great sound equipment, and now
I've seen you do got a good setup there. It looks like a huge.
And now
place.
we have in-ear monitors, so we're set.
That looks like a big church.
It's not. It used to be.
No,
It's not. But it's we get like maybe 70 to 100 on any given Sunday right now.
I mean, the building looks big.
Oh, the building's pretty big, and that's not the only building too. We have a hall that's wonderful too, where we could play like a Christmas concert.
Linda's first experience playing was me and her joined my friend's praise band at our Lutheran church. Not awesome. Our Lutheran church, but at his Lutheran church. But I grew up Missouri Synod, and that's what this church is, and that's what my friend is. So he's really heavily involved. And then we used to do these.
They wouldn't let me take communion. I can't take communion at a Missouri Synod church.
No, I couldn't. I actually couldn't either. But Linda's Catholic, but not a practicing Catholic. But she was brought up.
Oh, they definitely wouldn't let her.
She's a recovering Catholic now. But we had a pastor named Frank Gore, or I say we. The pastor was Frank Gore, and this guy was a getter done guy, and they were doing a reenactment of the Last Supper, and I had really long hair, like past my shoulders. And we were doing the Wednesday night praise service, and he walked up to me and he said, "Ed, you're going to be John the Baptist in our Last Supper reenactment." And I said, "No, I'm not." And he said, "Yes, you are." And I said, "No, I'm not." He said, "Yes, you are." Well, guess what? And I need to find the pictures. I had pictures of me and we had to hold the pose of the painting.
Yeah.
For like an hour. And my best friend Jimmy was Jesus. And I sat next to him, and then there were certain people in the thing that got up and did a thing. I didn't have much to say. I can't remember. I said something. I can't remember what it was, but and he would put on a car show in the summer and hire bands, and he'd hire my band and my friend's band and a couple other bands, and this would be a huge classic car show at this campground, and they would raise thousands and thousands of dollars because Frank was the kind of guy that would not take no for an answer from people. And when he wanted to put on a party, he got commitments from businesses, vendors. He got people there. I mean, it was great. And for like 3 years, well, he ended up going to finally saying, I don't like Ohio anymore. I got a chance to go to a Lutheran church in Florida. I'm out of here. And the next guy that came in tried to do the car show, and it was a miserable flop. There was like,
Yeah, so I'm saying every church needs somebody just like Frank. And right now we don't have somebody like that. I'm not.
Frank got things done. He got stuff done. Just like with me, he says, you're going to be John the Baptist. So I'm like, no, that's never going to happen. Well, it happened.
What did he bribe you with? Did he bribe you with something? Like a new
Nope.
set of strings or something?
No, he just told me that
you're going to do it, and that's it.
You're going to do it. You're going to do it.
Done. Or I'm not your friend.
No, it wasn't even, I'm not your friend. It was just, you're going to do it. And I succumbed. I caved in. And I enjoyed it. I had a good time.
Yeah, of course you did. And that's probably what
I didn't need to chase that guy out. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. No, maybe he didn't get to say goodbye and he wanted to go. We've been in here a long time. It's almost 4 hours.
I know. I've been listening. I've been bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, I was planning to. I just go. You know what? My wife has to give me some information for
April
her taxes.
15th. You've only got till April.
No,
15th.
Mine's different because I have to. I have a partnership that I'm in, and my corporate taxes and partnership. Generally, if you have the regular, accounting year, is March 15th. So chop. So my meeting with my accountant is Monday. So he needs all the stuff faxed to him now.
Linda was preparing tax stuff today, and I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because we sold a property this year, and I, like an idiot, I didn't consult with my accountant. We did pay a what do they call it? The franchise tax withholding or something. And yeah, and we did, but I don't know whether it was enough. And if it's not, then we're going to be paying some money up the yin yang. Unfortunately, we didn't spend any of that money because we're waiting for. I'm expecting the real estate to crash because it can't sustain. It's crazy here in Los Angeles in particular. So we haven't spent anything, so we've got it. But I'm hoping that I paid too much. That's the hope. That's what I want to hear.
That's what I'm hoping. I had a couple situations where we had them deduct federal and state taxes out automatically, and I'm hoping that we paid too much. What was I going to tell you? Oh yeah, and from what I understand, you better lawyer up. All right, I think Johnny Cochran's available. Who is that?
Johnny Cochran's dead, Ed. Yeah, Johnny Cochran's dead.
Who is that other guy that was the big profile guy in the OJ case?
He might be dead too. F. Lee Bailey. He was like the guy who wrote a book.
F. Lee Bailey's available, man.
I think he's dead. Let's just see. F. Lee Bailey.
Jeez,
anyone in the peanut gallery want to say F. Lee Bailey?
It's like.
I think he died.
Tell a lawyer he needs a lawyer. That's hilarious.
Yeah, and that was the other thing too.
I mean,
and I might be lagging a little bit. Yes.
Who would know better than you when you need one?
Yeah, F. Lee Bailey died last year, believe it or not, June 2021. Yeah. So yeah, too late for that. But yeah, well, that's the thing with Ryan too. He's threatened me with a cease and desist letter. Let me say it with his accent. Counselor Reed, my disability advocates are preparing to send you a cease and desist letter that you forthwith will stop harassing and cyber stalking my client. And so I try to explain to him in that context, like, usually it's lawyers that are sending to non-lawyers that letter that threatening to sue because then they're worried that they have to lawyer up and pay someone to defend themselves. and a lawyer doesn't have to, worry about that. I can certainly file.
Here's the point.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he just remove himself from the situation where he needs to file lawsuits against people for
Here's the thing,
what he
Ed,
thinks is slander because of what he does on YouTube and in public?
Ed, you're too smart. You figured it out. So here's a bit of legal advice. This is how, is what I try to impress on Bruce.
Well, I can't pay you.
No, you're not, don't have to pay me for this. This is what I say, that if somebody consulted me for online cyber stalking, claim for that, and harassment, and infliction of emotional distress, whatever we would try and concoct and throw that, I'd say, okay, client, here's where we're going to start. Do not address that person ever. If at all possible, do not participate in any discussions that involve that person. If at all possible, it would be even better if you just don't go online at all through the pendency of our claim. And if you see somebody who does the exact opposite, like Ryan the Presbyterian, with his threats to me and everyone else that continues to do the exact opposite, you know that he's not being advised by someone with any knowledge or any experience in the law.
Yes, you would have to appear, or you would have to be in a situation where you did no provoking.
That's exactly right.
You did nothing to draw this stalker's attention. Here's a perfect example.
Right.
Here's a perfect example. My best friend, my drummer, not my drummer, the drummer in my band, because actually Fred's the guy that gets all the stuff done usually. He went through a nasty divorce, and Fred is one of the smartest guys I've ever known, and he always has all his stuff perfectly in line. But he was going through a nasty divorce, and Fred never drank in his life. He was not an experienced drinker. Okay. And he started drinking and posting things on Facebook about his wife that I had to call him up and go, take that stuff down now.
Yeah.
Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again, because this looks really, really bad. And once he looked at it the next day, he was like, oh crap, and it was just a deal where, I get it. I know how you feel. I know what you're saying, and I know what she did, but you can't air that out on Facebook, because that's going to look bad.
Yeah. So he did take it down?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I got a situation right now.
The problem is, I mean, fortunately, that led to nothing. But once you put something online, as well as me, it never goes away.
That's right.
Somebody's got it. Somebody can get it. Somebody can find it. It never goes away.
Yeah, there's a guy that I'm very close with right now, and he's doing the same thing. He's not a drunk though, but he's sort of desperate.
Fred's not a drunk. Fred is the most inexperienced drinker that I've ever known. But for a period of a couple months, when it was getting really nasty, and his wife was going after him, you can't blame somebody. They start to lose it a little bit, and they get mad. You get mad, you get emotional. I mean, we look back at it now and we go, ha ha ha. But at the time, it could have been a disaster.
Yeah, well, this kid. Yeah, I didn't mean to say he was a drunk. I'm just saying this kid didn't do it out of being inebriated or anything, and he's having some bad family situations, and he's airing it publicly. And it's like, nah, not a good idea, man.
I know people that like they'll never talk to their brother again, and they'll never talk to their father again, and it's like, I can't imagine being in that situation. I mean, that's my family. There's nobody I miss in the world more than my father. I actually thought the guy was going to live forever, and when he didn't, I was devastated. But people that fight with their siblings.
Yeah, I fortunately have not been. That's coming for me, and I'm pretty sad about it. But I gotta enjoy every moment I have. Both my parents are still alive, and I take that for granted, unfortunately.
Well, my mother is 92, and I have to try to get. I live in Ohio, and she lives in North Carolina now. She always lived here until about 3 years ago, and she moved down with my sister. And I have to go there because, she can't make the trip up here anymore, really. 8 hours in a car, for a 92-year-old woman, that'd be rough. So I have to go there as often as I can.
Yep.
But anyway, I don't want to keep you too long.
All right, well, the invite stays.
Play the
yeah. Thank you for jumping in.
We'll chat that up. We'll chat that up sometime.
Yeah, talk about it. I'm not kidding. We'll figure something out.
When you go live, I always see it. I always see it when you go live because I'm subbed and rung the bell and did all the stuff.
All right, cool. If you don't, if you're not working tomorrow morning, I'm not going to be. I'm reviewing we're playing Reviler Bingo tomorrow.
Rob. I'm retired from work.
You are retired. All right. Well, if you're around 11:30 in the morning tomorrow,
I'm always around. Well, 11:30
East
for
Coast
you
time.
is 3:30 for me or 4:30. So
no, it's 8:30 for me.
Oh,
so
okay,
wherever you are, 8:30 Pacific time, I will be broadcasting from the home office, where we will be analyzing a video done towards me by one Smoky Saint, and we will be playing Reviler Bingo. And to remind people again,
are there bingo cards? Do we have to have is there a bingo card?
It's funny that there will be one. You can get yours now, but you have to remember what the card number is, and I'll tell people how to. And you can take a picture of it. If you go to revilerbingo.com, it will auto-generate for you a bingo card for you to play. There's a card number that will be on the card.
Can you put that link in the chat?
Sure. Let me. I will.
Type it in.
All right. Hold on.
I want to take a snapshot of that.
Hopefully it works. Well, we'll talk about it tomorrow before we start. Let me see if it'll allow me to type it. All right, hold on. RevilerBingo.com. I just put it in there. You'll be able to create a new one tomorrow. We'll talk about it beforehand, but it has the database. We worked on it in a chat. It was a chat we did here 2 days ago, I guess, where we came up with 300 phrases or words or actions that we thought Smokey might do in the hour video.
Okay,
yeah, in the hour. Things like scum sucking, fat faggots in there.
Okay, I've got it. Let me screenshot this.
Yeah, and so each time you reload it, it's a new card. It'll be a new card for you.
Oh my God, libtard. Okay. Oh God.
Some you can't even say, right?
Yeah. Nonsensical, pathetic moron, soy boy.
Yeah, these are all freight. We came up with a bunch of the ones that we've been called, and let me put up the.
Oh God! I refreshed and I got another one. So okay.
Yeah, so you could play as many times you like, but it's going to be hard to play with multiple cards. And I suggest people
I'm gonna
print it
play
out.
three. I'm gonna get these 3 cards. All right, I got 3 cards.
All right, the advertisement. Let's see if I can find it here. It's right here. It's tomorrow, 8:30 a.m.
All right.
I'm posting it up right now. It's Reviler Bingo, asterisk, the kind of reviling that is not defined in the English dictionary. We will explain that later tomorrow, where I will be reviewing live for the first time. Have not watched it, only seen a few comments.
I got to ask you a question.
Yeah. Yes.
Is your niche? If I understand it, you do copyright law?
Yes.
So you know about trade brands and stuff like that?
Well, I've dabbled in trademark, but it's different than copyright. Like you copyright tangible things. You trademark names and symbols. Copyright is designed to protect the creator. Trademark, believe it or not, is designed to protect the consumer.
Right. Let me ask you a generic question.
Yes.
Does mailing, like, say I write a song and I mail it to myself.
Yes.
Is that a binding copyright?
No. And why? It helps to prove the date of creation, which is fine. So it can help establish that. But it does nothing else.
All right.
So what I would recommend that you do is, and here's the other thing, you have to file with the Copyright Office anyway. If you're going to file a copyright claim, it has to begin, if you have not filed a copyright, with you filing the copyright and the item that you're alleging has been infringed. But if you've registered the copyright, let's say that you write a song, just what you did just now, Black Sabbath Christmas or something. Okay, if somebody just ripped that from you, you wouldn't be able to get anything but whatever actual damages you have. When you file your copyright before a copyright claim is needed, an infringement claim, you get automatically, whether or not the infringer made any money on the sale or use of your work, you get an automatic, like it's $250,000 per infringement, statutory.
Lord.
So obviously it makes sense. If you want copyright protection, go ahead and file it. Makes sense.
Well, someday we have to have a brief chat that you can tell me the easiest and cheapest way to copyright my material. Don't do it now. I don't want to do it now, but.
Well, they've gotten crafty. I had a way that I worked around, and I just did it on behalf of somebody, and they brought it back. And so the little loophole that I was using to save a lot of money, they've kind of taken it away. But I have some ideas we can
I would actually, be willing to pay to have someone do it legitimately and
that's something that I can, no matter where you live, that's something that I can represent you with. So more than happy to talk with you about that later. For now, I'm almost done scanning everything I need to scan. But Ed, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Bruce, thank you. I'm glad that we had a little bit of peace. I don't know if you missed that one. That got a little rough for a second. Everyone
I was listening to Bruce. I've been here for a couple hours, so.
All right. Yeah, me too long. My family's waiting for me. I have not eaten lunch, or dinner rather. I had lunch. And but tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Reviler Bingo. See you there, or B Square. There might be some prizes for people. Might be CDs of my music. Or it might we'll create a Hall of Fame on the RevilerBingo.com page for the winner, the first one to shout out Reviler Bingo in the chat.
Okay.
Hopefully somebody will win because it's only a 15-minute video.
Okay.
So we might have to turn it into like the closest that somebody gets. And I'm hoping that it won't be a total flop. Like no one will get any X's marked. But
I think from what I saw, I think it's gonna happen really fast.
Well, that'll be great.
I've listened to Smokey. You know, I've heard all those words come out of his
Well, let's cross our fingers. I don't want it to flop. I want somebody to get bingo. So it'll be super fun.
I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious.
All right, join us tomorrow. Thank you, Ed, for joining us to LPP. First time I think I've talked to you. Great chat. That was very interesting. He challenged me a little bit legally if you missed that. And that's it. So God bless you all. God bless you, Ed. Thanks for joining us. And we'll see you tomorrow. That sound
Later,
like a plan?
guys.
See you later. I got a little closing video that I got to pop in there, and then we're ready to go. All right, Ed, take it easy.
Cheers, brother.